Welcome. Amin, can you hear me?
Yes.
When you're not
Yes.
talking, when you're not talking, can you please mute yourself?
Is that better?
No, just mute yourself completely when you're not talking.
How do I do that?
There's a microphone,
Yeah.
so you just press that when you're not talking, and then when you want to talk, you unmic, and then you can talk freely as much as you want. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, so, question.
Go ahead, my friend.
If I have about 11 songs in my playlist, would that be able?
No, you probably need like 500 or so.
500? So I'm like,
And if
so
you,
I need 100 songs more.
yeah, I mean, not 100 times, but what you can do is just go to Spotify, put those songs in that you like. Spotify will provide a playlist, and then just put the songs from that playlist into your playlist. Does that make sense?
So the Gemara, listen to this. So Hashem says to Yoshua like this, when I commanded that when you came over the Jordan, you were supposed to set up the stones, right, upon which the Torah was to be written. You didn't do it immediately upon passing over the Jordan. Rather, where did you do it? 60 mil into the land. So Yoshua, you are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Also, did nothing. After Shiva left, Okim Rav Amor Ali Rav called over his Amorah and he said, "Sal V'Darsh, Yidarsh Kasher Tziva Hashem es Moshe Abdo, Ki Tziva Moshe es Yoshua, V'Chin Asa Yoshua, Lo Hisir Davar Mikol Asher Tziva Hashem es Moshe." Remember again, here's the problem. So on one hand, Hashem is holding Moshe Rabbeinu Yoshua culpable for not following his directions. The pasuk says that Yoshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. It sounds like Yoshua was in complete compliance. So ultimately, again, Hashem says to Yoshua, you were partially responsible. Now, why were you partially responsible? This is what we'll say. So watch this. Hashem never commanded Klal Yisrael not to take from the spoils of Yericho. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yoshua's prohibition. Hashem says to Yoshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yoshua did it because, again, he wanted a singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. But Baruch Hu says, Yoshua, I didn't ask you to create that chaylesh. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take the spoils. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore, again, you are partially culpable for what happened with Achan. So now, an incredible amount. Okay, so that's the story of Achan, and everyone will say, why do we do all this? Because it's incredible, right? But why else do we do all of this? Because remember, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that before a person is executed, we tell him to do vidui. Who is the source, the biblical source for vidui? So the Mishnah over here quotes Achan, right? Achan confessed his sin before being executed. I'll say, by the way, who is the real makar for vidui, for confession? The real makar for vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do vidui. The difference is, the reason why that's not part of over here is because we're looking for a source of someone who did vidui before execution. So who was the first person to do vidui before execution? That was Achan. So now that we're talking about Yoshua, it was an incredible, ridiculous Yoshua story. And we saw this already in Gemara sense brachas. Yoshua was in Yericho. He goes ahead and he sees, and the pasuk goes on to say, he sees Vayhine ish omed lenegdo v'charbo shalufo biyado. He sees a man standing opposite him with a withdrawn sword. So the Gemara says, what happened? Vayomer lo ki isad seva Hashem atabasi. So now Yoshua doesn't know. He's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't worry, I am a malach Hashem. I'm a malach. I'm only here to help. So Yoshua prostrates himself. Now remember, this was happening at night. So Yoshua, how were you able to prostrate? After Baham Rabbi Yochanan, you can't be shalom aleichem to your friend at night. Why? You have to be concerned that maybe he's a shade. You're shaking him at night. So maybe Allah again. Maybe the person you see in front of you is not really a shade. How do Yoshua give him shalom? So the Gemara says, this used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because he said the name of God, Yoshua knew it wasn't the shade. Maybe it's a lying shade. Right? In other words, maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just saying Shalom Aleichem, right? Because he's just trying to go ahead and pretend he's not a shade. The Gemara says, Miriam, we have a tradition, Shadim, do not go ahead and use the name of Shalom. I want to say, by the way, it's such a profound yisod. Right? Everyone has the line they won't cross. Right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that, oh no, I never do that, right? That anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. You don't have that line. You don't have that line, which is good. Right? Everyone has to have that line they won't cross. So apparently, Shadim also have lines. For Shadim, again, don't use the name of Hashem in here. Jason will say, Amalei. So the Amish will say, this is ridiculous. This, so the shade, so the malach says, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer us the daily Talmud, and tonight you're not learning Torah. What does it mean that you're not learning Torah? Actually, so I understand the first part. They didn't offer up the Talmud. There's a daily sacrifice. They didn't offer up the malach. They're accountable for that. We'll say, what does it mean? Yeah, by the way, so he says, the Malach says specifically, you didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud. So because you didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not learning. Look at Rashi. It's the 4 lines down. Last 5 lines on the right-hand side. Rashi's on both sides here. Rashi without them comes Torah. Even the Yom Kiyas and Yikolom Lasok for Torah, Matmas Isik Mahomas. Zichim Atam Lasok for Torah Balayla, Bahayol Akal Lishka Fadilgal, Shisham Hamach and Abdullah Lak. Both say this is absolutely incredible. Get ready for this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, like the following idea. That halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, the Malach said, I understand why during the day you were fighting while you didn't have time to learn. I get that. Okay, you were doing battle. But at night, why are you not learning? At night, why? Listen, do you hear this? I understand fighting, you're at work during the day. I understand you're at work during the day. Right? You're fighting your battles during the day. I got it. But now you're not at work. There's nice say there. Right? I don't understand. What's
my last name?
It's a big family. It's a long night.
Like having the last name Kennedy.
It's beautiful when it comes to the trenches in the morning. It's incredible. That is not up to her not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. I do need a base measure as well because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach said, listen, it's wartime.
I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which is allowed for financial independence.
Where is Night Seder? Where's Night Seder? What's happening over here? It's night. I understand. You learned before you went out to work. The whole day you're busy with the work. But Lamaisa, now it's nighttime. Where is your learning? Listen, this is overwhelming Gemara. Because sometimes we think we've got it all figured out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. Just understand, again, they were pretty busy during the day over here on the Yoshua. And yet the Malach comes out of his way to say, there's no such thing at night when there is free time, not all of it, but some of that time is absolutely unequivocally devoted to the stretch. I was not to stop over here for today. We're fine. I just want to point out, we did a lot of Gemara today. We did do a lot. Wrong block, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful, fine wine Gemara. We continue tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, and a good Chodesh. Everyone's have a great day. Good Chodesh, everyone.
It says, I think it's called TED Talks. But I was like, I legit thought to myself when I first saw these clips, like, Apple started a show called TED Talks. You never know. He's got podcasts, not the buzzing. But this one's called, some might say, the paintedest of narratives. Should have ended up being right there. And then posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. Brandon, thank you for being here, man. Pretty sports, man. It's pretty badass to have you sitting next to me.
All right, to site, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin Pei, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilsim Mishpacha Yisrael, and dedicating all of the Shurim and Drushos this year as his host for the Torah first on the Torah Tilsim Mishpacha Yisrael. So we thank him very much for their generosity and how I wish him Zokan Eretz Hashem. At the field of Akash, it's kind of all of Providence. So Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. The Kelman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron L'Bracha, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first day of Hanukkah. We all dropped in the merit of our
Am I into what?
Someone have an Aliyah and the family in Nechama. And our sponsor of the Ayur Richter, and then we have a Richter's grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon L'Bracha. We also have a merit of Talmud Torah. Shalom have an Aliyah. Family in Nechama, of course, is always we dedicate our learning in the schools of all of our precious houses, we talk in Restream, of the Shalom and the Karol, and the merit of our holy soldiers, make the struggle successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedei. Well, so that's let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42 the Mem days on the page. A lot to do today. Minhani Milus, pick up from Minhani Milus, which is pretty much right smack
What'd you say, Big Dog?
right across from Tosos B'Ne'eman. So the verse says, so how do we know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three machnos? Remember, we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or I should say, the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the way they camped in the deserts. So in the desert, there are three camps: Machane Shechina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle, which is where the Levium camped around, and then Machane Yisrael, which was everyone else. So, for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the Beis HaMikdash, that's Machane Shechina, Harabayis, Machane, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea here that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. So essentially, where do you know this from? Because the Pasuk says, go ahead and take the makara. Also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Nisat Bezdin, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu in public, and then there was the Makoshish Eitzer, the person who was Makalo, violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those were the two cases of execution that we had in the desert. So the Gemara says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, take him out of the camp, and you go ahead and execute him. So the Maradash is close to the Machlos. What does it mean? It means take him out of all three camps. Take him out of all three camps in order to go and execute him. So the Maradash says, she said, take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means take him out of one of the camps. It says over here by the Makalo, by the guys like the Now, what is the permanent structure? If you look at Rashi says permanent structure. There are two bulls that we're referring to over here. Number one is Par Halam Davar Shal Tzibor. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. If the Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling, there was a particular type of carbon that was brought. That's called Par Halam Davar Tzibor. Or again, you know, the Par Kohen Mashiach. This was the Par that was brought that the Kohen Gadol delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Sharing that Kohen was being asked, neither of these carbonos are consumed, rather are instructed.
Well, you market it and you say, hey, if you want to be on my playlist, you have to pay me.
Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to burn. So the merchant so to over here, this Hotzi by the way, is also outside of all Machanos. I have a husband, by the way.
You can have them do it if you want.
Out of all three camps. The Torah went on, the Hotzi is called Hapara, because the Machana, because the Pasuk says the Hotzi is called Hapara.
Well, that's the thing. The artist are the people who pay you. And so in order to get on your playlist, they have to pay you.
Sorry, so you're telling me it means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe
the music industry isn't a good way to make money. If you want just like an online job, you can go to dataannotation.tech, and take the test, and you can make $20 an hour or more. You basically program AI, but you don't need a coding background.
Outside of the Machane.
A coding background. So you don't need a technical background. Just go to date. You don't need an education.
As well.
So you go to dataannotation.tech and they have
second
Read
the
what you do, and you basically just
a second camp.
you just basically choose which two versions of an AI description is better.
And then when it says
It helps to train AI.
by the Trumas Hadeshin, taking out of the ash, that's also unnecessary. Why? Sorry. That comes to teach me a third machana. So essentially, the repetition of this phrase on the chutz lamachana, which is unnecessary in a number of different contexts, teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from shkute? So what's the cinema again? Shkute chutz refers to the prohibition to check a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the Beis Hamikdash, right? This is not dafka just the shalosh mataros. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to chef the carbon? Inside of the Beis Hamikdash, what we'll call machane shchina. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, in let's say Machane Levia, you also tie for that. So the Gemara says, maybe you turn around over here, then halakha l'maisa. Now, whenever it says chutz l'machane, that's even one machane. Gemara says, going out from shkitei chutz, ma'ala halal chutz l'machane achos. Just like by shkitei chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. Afkan. So it's over here. Now, what's the here? The here is by law, right? The here is the case of execution. So too, by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, so essentially, we feel here as follows, just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camps. Right? We have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the par ha'elam governing at Tzibor and the par killing Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now, we happen to know that those two parim, actually, let me frame it differently. Parim are burned outside of all three camps. That we know that, okay? We established that just before. Shkutei chutz, the prohibition to check the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shkutei chutz, even one camp, parim, all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, the hotzi also ami chutz b'machane. Take the person you're going to execute.
What's the way you can advertise your playlist?
What don't I know? How many camps? We're executing.
Put it on social.
Wanting to compare the execution to the parim. And therefore, just as the parim are done outside of all three camps, so too execution is done outside of all three camps as well.
You need your own platform to be able to do that. That's what Spotify does.
Execution to what? To shkutei chutz. Shkutei chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, the
Go to
execution
dataannotation.tech.
outside of one camp. That's the Shiloh. So the Gemara says no. The Gemara says, going to stop when we permanent off and hardly live in it. Then it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the parim. Why? Because execution and parim share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon of Hotzei applies by both. By both. Machshir, both are preparatory acts, and the Mechaper both provide atonement. So it makes more sense to compare execution to the parim. No, I can go ahead and learn out this why. Shekim Adam, Chote, Beneshama, Pigel, Machshir, Pigel. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to Shkutei chutz in all of these other ways. Because Lashon of Adam, right? Lashon of Chote, both have liability paying with life, and people both are subject to people. Goes this around, the Mishnah says, no, Machshir, obviously, it is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act to another preparatory act. So if I both said the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the parim, and just as the parim are done outside of all three machanos, so too execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. So says the Gemara, Rav Papa says, so Papa takes another approach. He says, look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu? In the desert, where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Machane of Levia. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviah. But remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shechina, right? Because that was the Mishkan, he lived in Mishkan. He was situated in Machane Leviah. And the Torah, when speaking to Moshe, because Moshe Rabbeinu was responsible for carrying out the execution, not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the Makalo,
What's the history of what?
Take him outside of the camp. What's
the history of what?
So that means again outside the Makalo.
What?
And then there's another lashon. So it says they took the Makalo outside.
How did the Americans get here?
Another hotzah. What does that refer to? Chutz Machane Yisrael. That means the Chutz Machane Yisrael. So
generally,
so interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing.
It depends what you want to consider an American.
That the person is being executed outside.
Initially, no one was in North America or South America generally. Then there was crossover from the Bering Strait land bridge that allowed indigenous people to set up populations in both North and South America. There was perhaps people who sailed here from the Pacific as well that really confirmed. But it is hypothesized. Then the first people first Europeans to get to early the Vikings in about 800 of the Common Era. And then major populations begin to migrate following the 1492 discovery of Hispaniola by Christopher Columbus and perhaps the Bahamas. And then major migrations of essentially English with like the Mayflower, so that populations begin to emerge on the East Coast. That's generally how it was done.
Because again, if there's stone cold, another barrier.
With a mixture of Spanish and French.
So therefore, again,
Portuguese some, but Portugal is more in South America.
Without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. And then we're other from that. Then it makes the Evan Achos Yatsa. That if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies, as a result of one stone, then halacha l'maisa, you yotzi. In other words, I would have thought that skila, by definition, requires multiple stones. Kamash wanted to come with one stone. Now, we haven't gotten into this. That's an interesting story. You'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership skila. So we'll discuss that in the session. So it's interesting that when it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stones and then a plural lashon of avanim, with stones. So we might say you need both. Why do you need both? Whereas the concept of Rahmana, Evan, if we would just say Evan singular, Havamina, Heichadula makes Bechada, lo nitzi actually, I would have thought like this. When the minister is given up, you have a point shot. If you get it right to point out with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei achrisim u'tzai kasev lachmon avanim." Therefore, the Torah says, "Avanim." What does avanim teach us? Avanim teaches us that halacha l'maisa. Again, you're going to stone me, and if it takes one stone, it takes one stone. It takes multiple stones, it takes multiple stones. Furthermore, because of Rahman avanim, if the Torah would have just said avanim, havanim meikara naisi tarti, I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. Because of Rahmana, Evan. Therefore, the Gemara comes along and says, Evan, you start with 1 stone. I baha, I kind of ne'emar ka'amar. Now, let's say, here's the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skill information, this is a side point. But remember, let's keep focused. What are we focused? What are we introduced to over here? That when we execute someone, we execute them where? Outside of all 3 camps. Now, interestingly enough, The way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. Ne'emar, the Torah says, "V'hotzio samikot lamachane." Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like they're learning this out from where? From the Gzir Shabbat. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, V'ha haitana ne'emar kamar. The Tana introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a Gzir Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. Haisi omer Gzir Shabbat. So what's that? You right in reality, you learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of our return to the pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that made that statement, then what? Then Allah myself, we would be able to learn it out from a Gzir Shabbat. Okay, let's say first white line. The Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yosef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, as we said before, Moshe Rabbeinu situated in Machal. So remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machal. The Torah is speaking to Moshe says, take the makalo, take the cursor outside of the machana. What does that refer to? Puts the machana leviyah. So that refers to step number one, it's taking on the machana leviyah. Elmi puts the machana. Then it says, Ami puts the machana a second time. What does that mean? That's puts the machana Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to taking them out of machana Yisrael. There it is the makalo. Then the pasuk says they took out the makalo, la asiyah. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it. So much as right, that they carried through on it. That we already said that. Asu kashet siva Hashem is Moshe. Pasuk already says, Klal Yisrael did as Moshe Rabbeinu commanded. Which Moshe says, no. Hahu mibayle chad v'smicha v'chad v'tchiyah. So we're going to see that pasuk is necessary for another detail. I'll show you what we're going to call smicha and dechiyah. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially, the Gemara talks about the idea that when we execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When we execute someone, before we execute them, there's a smicha. There's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. And then also by Sira, what we're going to see is the process is, first you throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Right? That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then you bring in the stone. Right, then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechiyah, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss that it's the witnesses being enough to have the obligation of pushing. Right, which makes a lot, let's say, understand, sometimes you can hear this, I feel like, what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the kishkas of the legal system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely to prevent execution. In other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished that as well. But nevertheless, there's the concept of smicha and dechiyah. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to Rashi, the deduct, so I'm going to take Rashi as follows. According to you, Kol Hani Hotzi Gitsid Parman Ashrafe, my Dashtabu. So Rashi, it's actually all of these Hotzi Miramachanes. What do you do with all of these Hotzis that are mentioned by the Parman Ashrafe, which again is the Par Helam David Nasibar, Par Kohen Mashiach, which one says Kasha. Rashi says, yeah, I don't know. So there's a lot of Hotzis. Okay, so I'll say, what's the takeaway? Our takeaway is that when we execute someone. So first of all, introduce the two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. It's very important. For two reasons that we said yesterday, that why wasn't execution done in Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is eager to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside of Beis Din, it buys a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof for exoneration come to bear. That's number one. So I'll say, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we've established three macros, right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the supper. That's what we're making the assumption on. So, for example, using Yerushalayim as well, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, again, we're executing outside of Machane Shechina, then again, outside of Machane Levi, outside of Machane Yisrael. It's happening outside of all three Machanot. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara, Echad Omed. So the Gemara tells us today. So remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. So let's play this out, right? Moving with the truth of killing Shimon, witnesses came along, and let's say bathed in Paskin, that Reuben is liable for that. So remember again, they're now going to lead Reuben out to the Beis Haskila. The Beis Haskila is situated outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to their base. So it's not the guy with the flag. Another guy in ocular, right, in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if basically would find some Yukuf flag guy would wave his flag, horse guy would gallop out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to basic. Okay, so let's say, so this is great. So you must, I'm not sure. Shitoli, Echad Evan Sheniskaba, the Echad Eight Sheniklaba, the Echad Chai Sheneragbo, the Echad Sulu Shenechnakbo. So let's say, so the point is like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula Mishal Sibor, right? I was going to say, this is great, by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. What the sugya is about when you execute someone, who's paying for it, right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, I spent money, right? Who is the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Bezin is carrying out the execution, obviously, the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds, right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or we call it the rope, used for strangulation. All these shall see for this people in the funds. My time, huh? You must watch the reason for this. The gay, well, I'm not very zero, but let's say the look from that shit. You must say, it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right, by today's execution, sponsored by, sponsored by Torch Mishpacha, right? The Hebrew Mishmas, Ruben. You can't, I want to point out something. You think about it, you actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Ruben's execution, right? Let Ruben pay for his own execution. Ruben got himself into this mess, right? Why is this from communal funds? So it's interesting, because if you look, logically, it should come from Ruben, right? If the person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your state pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason we don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask the person or to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. Listen to this. The Bible, Sugar Shemaritim, the Susi Shiratzuma Amidan, Michel Mudu. Let's go back to the Mishnah. Right, so now Reuben is sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuben is being taken out to the basis, what does the Mishnah say? We have flag guy. Flag guy came by the basin. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? Somebody, flag guy is not working for free, right? And horse guy is not working for free. So who's paying that? Who's paying that? And you show me. On one hand, Cleveland dots always begin and you say, look, who are these guys working for? What are they working for? Working for Reuben, right? And they're benefiting Reuben. So really, Reuben should have to pay for a horse guy. On the other hand, Cleveland, the Bezdin and the Chayvan and the Avid Bahat Salam, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on Bezdin, right? Because the obligation on Bezdin is to try to the best of their ability, to exonerate. So really, again, we want to be asking over here, who is this benefiting? On one hand, it's benefiting, there's introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's the function of Bezdin, because Bezdin has an obligation to fund them so they can exonerate. What's that?
What did you say?
Just how incredible this is.
No,
So it's not.
What was
It's
that?
not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to find it. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. So these to us, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not also the question of economics. Who's paying for this? Who is the responsibility? Right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of the base of any Jewish organization. So who's responsible over here? So again, that's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. So we say the Gemara says, Vesu, listen to this. This is great. Vesu, Hadamar Kiva Ravashi, Amar Krista, Hayoshi Vechareg. If someone is being executed, Mashkin also, Korak Shamavon Yayin. So listen to this. They would give him a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a korat oil, Ravona frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the ketosis. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with lavona. So apparently, what lavona does with wine, it's good to know, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? Now, why was this done? When the person was going to be executed, we wanted them to be like, essentially, we get them like a sugar inebriated. Like, it would be interesting to see how that actually works. Can you imagine? But the nicer, so they would do, okay, I want to find out the nice things. It's actually very important Gemara. So we tell you how to bring down that when you drink together, what do we say? We say the Chaim. Why do Chaim when we drink? So the time how to bring down is because of this Gemara. Because when they would execute someone, they would apply them with alcohol so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Hammer Hardin says, when you drink with each other, make it like we're drink with each other, it should never be construed after shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. You know, sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, life is good. I'm drinking as an escape. That's not why you drink. You never drink to escape. You drink because a little bit of mashka, like nichnas yayin, that's a soul, has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes to express how much I love every single person, right? And how much love HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and how much bracha there is. Just like Hamid Nagin says, when two Jews drink, they dafka say, l'chaim, to life. Because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom, something done to dull the senses, because negative is going to occur. Mamish this. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with lavona. Kadesh is not daito. Remember that he shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Della says in Shneimar, Tinu shechar la'obei. The yayin l'mayim, that ability again, give sheikhar is like an intoxicating beverage. Give sheikhar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I say just as an aside, that's another cutting. The American why do we create wine? Why do you create wine? For the coach shall turn clean. Translation. Remember, it looks like you're learning some more cutting, that when the person will come back from the Levaya, right? Person will use a loved one. Always the first thing you got when you came back from the Levaya, first is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why?
Big Dog, when you're not talking, can you please mute your microphone?
To be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's much more concrete, because sometimes you get to new yain in the morning. Give wine to those who are bitter of soul, sometimes a little bit, in moderation. In the case of the other, maybe a little bit more than normal, to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who's about to be executed, give him a strong l'chaim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So listen to this. In the Tanya, we learned Nashim Yikashi Mishalayim, how you misnatural. This is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? Right, who were these precious women of Yerushalayim? They're the ones who donated the wine. It's interesting, by the way, that it's the women who donated the wine, right? Why not? Men have donated the wine. So, one of these men are more medicine department one. That's possibility one. But it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. And it won't happen. Men see women, like what's the Chavra saying? What's the Chavra saying as women about execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, you have it coming. Right? You better know empathy well. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how again the notion colors of Yerushalayim, when seeing someone is really executed, again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. And therefore again they would donate the wine. So what's going to do? The Gemara says, okay, well, it's not true. Let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one did execution wine. So the Gemara says, you shall me. Right? You shall me. You think for it. Once again, it's like capitalist economics. Who's there are no Nashim Karos, right? No one donated the execution wine, so who is paying for it? And what's no, the truth is that's actually pretty easy. One something that clearly comes from the community fund. Except to new, it wasn't the Russian is to new shape out no obey the Yarmar, it's to is plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that pasuk indicates that it comes from the tzibur. Okay, so that's fine. So that's an easy one. If you know that there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. So I will say again. So I just want to point out the Gemara doesn't resolve it, right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shai Rabbi said the leading answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That is the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, so what says false? Watch this. So let's remember again in this group because all of these are coming together. Remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who's sitting on the Sanhedrin? Who's sitting there in front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. So that in the deliberations, if one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument to exonerate. What would do? They put him on the basement. Okay, so watch this. One of the students here. So one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? Then he became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. So what is the halacha? So menafeach l'sheishes biyadei. So shekar says it is big. Menafeach l'sheishes biyadei means l'sheishes like waved. What's the word like when you wave someone off? Dismissed, right? He like waved like in a dismissive way. So nishtate afilu akabasofa olam nami. Come on. If somebody becomes mute and they can't advance an argument, otherwise we should be choshish that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. In other words, if you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone says something to say, and then we lost the power, which we can't accept that at all. Tushma says no. It's different because the kosher for someone who may or may not exist at the other end of the world. Okay, that's a possibility. We have no reason to think that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, faced the Sanhedrin, I have something to say. He stepped forward. He just never got a chance to say it. To which the verses Tashma, let's say, listen to this. You get one of the students who said, let's say, I have an argument to advance to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And he's put up and then he died. We count his opinion even though he's dead. Like we count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? It's only if he actually grants it. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the basis, and he advanced his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so his opinion even after he died. But that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says Zicha in Lo Zicha Lo, to which the Gemara says Zicha Shitali. Amar Tibaylacha. The Gemara says you're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the Chiddush is I can count his opinion even though he's dead. The Shaila was what? The Shaila is in our case, where what happens if a student stepped forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can you count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara kind of ends off with a kasha. Okay, so the Gemara begins to say, Afilu, let's remember again, the next part of the Mishnah said, you get a fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah said was as follows. Right in this case, this thing is in a base Akila about to be executed.
The
thing is about to be executed. Remember again, it happens over here. Now, right, and now Ruben says, wait, I realized I have an argument to exonerate myself. So we'll say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Machzirin also afilu arba v'chamisha panim. So we go ahead and we bring him back 4 or 5 times. We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, Vafilas is with a caveat. What's the caveat? Ublovad, the Mishnah said last was Mishnah, Ublovad shirish mamish b'dvarav. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring him back. We really are limited, we're happy to bring him back. We have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, he's just like, I realize that's something to say. It's nice to be able to do muscle yesterday, like putting your kids to bed, right? Little kids before bed. Wait, one more thing. So it's like there's nothing else. We've spoken about everything. You've eaten every snack already. There's nothing else. So this is an important caveat. So in other words, if he says, oh no, I realize I have one more piece of evidence. So the Mishnah says, fine, we'll take you back as many times as you have to, but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you're saying. So now you're asking an interesting question. Now, is that true? Is that true every time? In other words, let's say we're moving at the base Askila, and he said, first time he says, oh, don't kill me yet. I realize I have new evidence. I just thought of something, taking back the Bezdin. So do we have to investigate that claim already the first time, a second time he says that, or only like for up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says, that's how you learn. Also, we learned that if he does this the first or second time that Reuben does this, kind of just give him a pass. First or second time he says, I have new evidence, what do? We take him back. We take him back to Bezdin, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there at the base Haskila to make sure that he's legitimate in what he is. There's some legitimacy. From time 3 and on, in each mamish b'dvar machziruno, so if there's some legitimacy, if there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take him back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking him back. You're right about this. So that's very interesting. So it sounds like this. For the first 2 times, you kind of get out of skila free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back from the base skila to the Bezdin. No questions asked. You say you have new evidence? Fine. Okay, back. From time 3 and on, if you claim that you have new evidence, we're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot before we're taking you back. So the Gemara says, Yadi. So it says, here's the Shaila. How do you know? In other words, it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as Reuben says, have I new evidence? You take him back. From second time and on, how do you know if he's telling the truth? In other words, there's some legitimacy to his words. This is very interesting. So interesting enough, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base Haskila. Fascinating, in, low. So essentially, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base Haskila, and they say, hey, what do you got? Right? And if, after he says it, they're like, oh, okay, saying good, then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, again, we're just going to execute him. So the merger of them, so they make kara. Well, that's the case. If you're furnishing two Talmidei Chacham to kind of vet the claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just what? Have them from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, Agam the boys. Lo Matzi Amar called my Jewish thing. First, it's understandably so. Ruvain is probably a little right. So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. As such, it looks like, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming. Right, it's about the execution. He's like, I have no evidence. Understandably, this may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, for the first 2 times, again, we bring him back to instead he could compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, this has happened a couple of times. If you got something to say, say it. And the two guys, the Talmidei will be there to that. And so it's like, good. So it's like, get rid of this. These figures are ridiculous. Mishnah, Matzah split Patrol. So we'll say, so again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression is actually quite. Mishnah is like this, and studies like this are very exciting because literally they're flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate you, right? It turns out you're right. Either they exonerate you, or it's this case where they brought him back to a base afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So what's halacha? So Matzur los Patrol. So they found grounds to exonerate, and they exonerate him in love, and if not, Yotzu Misakel. They take him out to be stoned. So the Gemara says, "Ukruz Yotze Lefanav." Listen to this. There was an announcer who went out for Reuben. And what would he say? Ish Ploni ben Ploni. Yotze Misakel al Sha'aba Plonis. Right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name. Name of his father, the crime that he committed, Uploni Upni Edav, and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So what's the interest of this? It sounds really does 2 for 1. The announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his atonement process, and also puts the general populace on warning. On warning, there is accountability for what you do, and there's always accountability for what you do. And number 3, which is really the most important here, is its less-rich effort to find someone who maybe knows information, exoneration of Reuben. That's really the goal over here. So the says, so when they might be appointed to Shaponi, so one complaint, do what you could be ugly, but also make it. So you can Rabbi says, by the way, you have to add in some more information. There's other information. So and so other witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Reuben on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why do you put out that information? Because it was like, there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Reuben, but maybe there's someone who says, witnesses saw Reuben kill Shimon on Tuesday, 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside Yerushalayim, right at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So let's say, so because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara said as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, the crews go to the funnel. So the Gemara says, we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, Lafanav in Mekaralo. So it's this is interesting. Now goes to assume this seems to be the piece missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand, but not before. Actually says, I bought in Yom Kodim, not 40 beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes to union, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnote at least to be able to see this level of strength. Right? He mentions over here that mincha, that there's pieces of this Gemara that were taken out, pieces of this Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means the Gemara just intrigued by the idea that halacha l'maisa, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, we'll say, this is a ridiculous Gemara. Ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show you later. The Shulchan says as follows: What's that? So literally translated. If you go, I'm sorry. I don't know. You have more lines? Ah, got it. Okay. Good. We're just using a regular Gemara. All right. So I'm going to show you later. Let me go on base. 43B. 43B. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through the stipulated amount, so give me more. I'm going to show you later. Whoever goes ahead and literally sacrifices his Yitzhak, right? And does the confesses. Treats as if he has honored in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi says, if the Yitzhak entices me to sin, who don't call the Hargo, the Shabbat Shubah. So what says now? The way Rashi understands it says as follows. So my Yitzhak enticed me to sin. After my Yitzhak entices me to sin, he's so cold, I sacrifice the trees, I subdue it, and ultimately again, I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So according to Rashi, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my Yitzhak. I give in to my Yitzhak, I sinned, but afterwards again, I subdue my Yitzhak, I confess, I do tshuva from my abyss. Confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Herculean task accomplishment that it's as if I have honored the Kadosh Baruch Hu in two worlds. Olam hazeh va'olam haba. This is Zaveh Toda Yichab Dinini. Ultimately, again, he offers a Toda, a Thanksgiving offering. You have nearly two norms. The norm representing this idea of Shirei Kadosh Baruch Hu in this world. That's what I just want to find out something amazing. If you look at the Lashon over here is, it doesn't say like Kol Ches Yisrael. It says Kol Zoveh Ches Yisrael. So what's the most incredible thing to understand is when you overcome the desire to sin, essentially that's what will create a truth that as if I'm offering a covenant, as we went to the juxtaposition in just a moment. See, I want to be able to commit an Avera. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a Yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my Yetzer, I am giving up something for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up Karbanos in the acts of this nation. Most every single day, I have the opportunity to offer up Karbanos. What kind of Karban? I want to do something. I want to do an Avera. I want to do an Avera. Hineni Muchan Umuzuman, right? Yeshem Yuchad Kunshadichu. I want to do an Avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want. I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up their strength, not to do that Avera, the carbon. That's an offering and making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon I need to offer. To offer that type of personalist, the Gemara says, is as if I am on Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. Gemara goes weiter. Gemara started Shaledi, and I will say, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. So I'm Shaledi, there's much makes Metash Kayim. When the base of Metash stood, are the Makrit Olah, Skar Olah, the adults. So a person goes and offers up an Olah, you care for an Olah, right? Mincha, Skamin Chaliyadeh, you offer up a Mincha, you care for a Mincha. When you offer up a carbon, you get reward for the particular carbon you offer. However, listen to this. Avami shedaito shvela. And I will say, but someone said, now what does daito shvela mean? Daito shvela we often translate as humble, as ensemble. But the Maharsha actually has a different idea of it. The Maharsha says that Daito Shvela is Ruach Nishma Dahayu Sheshav B'chol Libo. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shvela means someone who is about tshuva. What's the word to be about tshuva? When it means about tshuva means I sinned. And now when faced with the opportunity to sin again, this time I say, Ribono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Shvela. That's about tshuva. What's that? About tshuva is not someone who never sinned, because someone who never sinned doesn't mean about tshuva. About tshuva is someone who tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. That's good at something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fires of desire anymore diminish, but because what I'm doing now in this moment is I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daito should listen to this. It is as if you have offered up every single carbon. So let's say because the highest level of carbon that we can offer is when we offer up our own desires on the altar of the Ribono Shalom. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person possesses a dramatic tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. Little be again a broken heart. A broken spirit, a downtrodden spirit, ultimately HaKadosh Baruch Hu never despised. So most of the greatest carbon we can offer is not a older, not a son. The greatest carbon we can offer is the carbon of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to do what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. That's the highest level of carbon. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you made every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I made to make that sacrifice, I have a special koach, a special repair. I want to say about the for today. Okay, good. Shkach, everyone. Tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Have a good day. All right, everyone, do have a great day, everyone.
Never seen it, never heard it, not one of our guys.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tav Shin Pei Her, and Talmud Torah sponsor Tilson Mishpacha, who dedicated all of the shiurim and drushos this year as his host for Besoros fellows on Yisrael Tilson Mishpacha. So we thank them very much for their generosity. And how I wish you Zochem Eretz Hashem. That the feeling of Akash should be in sky for all of Savi. So our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman family in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron L'Bracha, the brother Itai Levi, who was killed fighting on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, in the Shem will have an Aliyah and the family in Chama. And our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, and memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother's Sarah Bas Shin Zichron L'Bracha. Yom Tov and Meretz of our Talmud Torah. The Shem will have an Aliyah, the family in Chama. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this close of our precious hostages, may HaKadosh Baruch Hu bring them home b'shalom and b'karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, may HaKadosh Baruch Hu allow them to be successful. B'chol ma'aseh yidei. Also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42 Mem days on the days of a lot to do today. Minhani Mili, let's just pick up from Minhani Mili, which is pretty much right smack in the middle of on the days, right across from Tosfos the Me'ema. So the Gemara says, Minhani Mili. So how do we know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three machlos? Remember, again, we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or I should say, the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the Arabian camp in the desert. So in the desert, there are three camps. Machane Shkina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle. Machane Leviyah, which is where the Levian camped around, and then Machane Yisrael, which was everyone else. So, for example, Yerushalayim has that stuff. So the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Leviyah, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea over here that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. She says, you know, in Hainu, you really know this one. Because the Pasuk says, go ahead and take the Makala. For context purposes, you have to understand that there are two cases of Musas David, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu in public, and then there was the Makoshe Isi, the person who was Makalo, violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that we have in the desert. So the Gemara Dora says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, take him out of the camp, and go ahead and execute him. So the Gemara actually, what does it mean? It means take him out of all three camps. Take him out of all three camps in order to go and execute him. So the Gemara says, she said, take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means take him out of one of the camps. It says over here by the guy who cursed the Baruch puts them up. It says by the time of the now what the time of the if you look at Rashi says there are two that they're referring to over here. Number one is Par Helam Darshal Tzibor. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. If the Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling, there was a particular type of carbon that was brought. That's Par Helam Darshal Tzibor. Or again, Rashi says Par Kohen Mashiach. This was brought that the Kohen Gadol delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Neither of the carbonos are consumed, rather they're burnt. You could say fine, the Gemara says, just like by these paros, right? Just like by these bull offerings, they are outside of all the camps to be burned. The Gemara says, so too over here, the lashon of Hotzi by the Makalo is also outside of all three machanos. I have a husband knowledge. By the way, how do you know by the parim that they're taken out of all three camps? It's Rabbanon. Hotzi is called hapar amikos lamachana. Puts the shalosh machanos. Because the pasuk says, "Hotzi is called hapar amikos." You shall take the par, the entire par, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? It means outside of all three camps. So the Gemara says, sorry, you're telling me it means all the camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the paran outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps? When the pasuk says, you don't require this pasuk, right? I don't need this over here. But the I don't need that pasuk. I don't need that. Because I already went to the cow or to the bull outside of the Machana. She tells me that I'm going and burning this car as I burnt the other car, and just that the car is burnt outside of the Machanos, so too this one is as well. Why is what it called? It's going to teach me the second, the Hotzi also is going to teach me removal from a second camp. A second camp. So the Gemara says, when it says a third time, by the Chumas that you're taking out of the ash, that's also necessary. Why? So essentially, the repetition of this phrase on the which is unnecessary in a number of different contexts, teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out? So remember again, Shchutei Chutz refers to the prohibition to check a carbon of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the Beis Hamikdash, right? This is not dafka just the Shalosh Machanos. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to check the carbon? Inside of the Beis Hamikdash, what we'll call Machane Shchina. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, let's say Machane Leviyah, you're also chayiv for that. So the Gemara says, Mishnah around over here, said halacha l'maisa, that whenever it says what's the machana, that's even one machana. Gemara says, no, now from Shavuot, just like by Shchutei Chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up carbon outside of even one camp. Afkan. So the here. Now what's the here? The here is by the Makala. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, so essentially what we see over here is as follows, just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done quote unquote outside of the camps. Right? We have again we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the par having that tzibor and the par cleansing Mashiach are burned outside of the camp. That those two parim, actually let's be fair differently. Parim are outside of all three camps. We know that, okay? We established before. Shchutei Chutz, prohibition to check the carbon outside of the camp, even outside of the camp. Okay, so now I have situations where things are done outside camp. Shchutei Chutz, even one camp. Parim, all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, Bahotzi also are michutz lamachne. Take the person you're going to execute and execute him outside of the camp. What don't I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the parim. And therefore, just as the parim are done outside of all three camps, so too execution is done outside of all three camps as well. Which the Gemara just says, but how do you know? Maybe you should execution to what? To Shchutei Chutz. And Shchutei Chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the Shiloh. The Gemara says no. The Gemara says, when we start running it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the parim. Why? Shekain Hotzei, Machshir u'Mechaper. Execution and parim share all of these similarities. First of all, the linguistical similarities. Lashon of Hotzei applies by both. By both. Machshir, both are preparatory acts, and Mechaper, both provide atonement. So it makes more sense to compare execution to the parim. No, I can go ahead and learn out from the Shchutei Chutz. Why? Shekin Adam Chote Beneshama Pigol Machshir of the Pigol. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to Shchutei Chutz in all of these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, right? Lashon of Chote. Both have liability gain with life, and Pigol. Both are subject to Pigol. Both are similar. No. Machshir obviously. It is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act from another preparatory act. So therefore, both said the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the parim. And just as the parim are done outside of all three machanos, so too execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. It says the Gemara, Rav Papa says, Moshe takes another approach. He says, let's look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu? In the desert, where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, Machane Leviyah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviyah. Right? Remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shechina, right? Because that was the Mishnah. He was situated in Machane Leviyah. And the Torah, when speaking to Moshe Rabbeinu, was responsible for carrying out the execution. Not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the makalo, take the guy who cursed the Kodesh Baruch Hu, take him outside of the camp. So the Gemara says, maybe it only means, what's the makalo? So that means, again, outside the makalo. Another lashon. Torah says, They took them outside of the Machane. So there's another Hotzah. What does that refer to? Chutz the Machane Yisrael. That means the Chutz Machane Yisrael. So you're going to pop up again. So the say, interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So let's not focus over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? Now, Papa has a different approach. Sufra says, no. Hi, me by the Asiya. No. That last phrase of Bayotziu also, Bayotziu has a Makalo Amikutz Machana, that phrase, that's not saying teacher that actually carried out the execution. In other words, that is an important concept, not for legal purposes. First Gemara says, no, Asiya Behedjiksiv. That's actually the Torah explicitly says that they executed the guy who first took off. Where does it say? Top of Memdimo 43a. Ubnei Yisrael also kasher tziva Hashem es Moshe. Pasuk says in Klal Yisrael did as Hashem commanded Moshe. Ela me'ata. But based on that, what about the pasuk that says Vayidimu also of them? So the pasuk says that they went ahead and they stoned him. They stoned the Makalo. So my Avdile, what do you mean with that pasuk? That pasuk says that they carried out the execution. When we look at the science, very interesting. This is required also for a different pasuk, for a different halacha. What is it? So it's then what does it mean that they stoned him? So the Gemara says also salobik suso. So we're going to talk about this also. It means that when they stoned him and not with his clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says the halacha, and we'll see this halacha, when they would subject the person to skila, men, that ultimately, again, they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten the death, right? Because again, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. So therefore, again, assuming you stone the individual without any other layers, I quote Evan, where I learned from Evan, Evan Achas Yasa. That if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies as a result of one stone, then halacha l'maisa by definition requires multiple stones. Kamash only can come with one stone. Now, again, so we haven't gotten into this. It's actually an interesting subject. We'll see it in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership of stila. So we'll discuss that in the Hashem. So make the ava of It's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses the singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abanim, stones. So the Gemara says you need both. Why do you need both? Whereas the concept of Rahmana, Evan, if it would have been said Evan singular, I would have thought like this. Essentially, when administering skila, what do you have? You have like one shot. If you get it right the first time, if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei achlisium like concept Rahmana abanim." Therefore, the Torah says abanim. What does abanim teach us? Abanim teaches us that Allah again, you're going to stone him. And if it takes one stone, it takes one stone. If it takes multiple stones, it takes multiple stones. Furthermore, because of Rahmana abanim, if the Torah would have just said abanim, habanim meikara naisi karti. I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. Because of Rahmana Evan. Therefore, the Torah comes along and says, Evan, you start with 1 stone. I baha hay kana ne'emar ka'amar. But let's say here's the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What are we focused? What have we been introduced to over here? That when we execute someone, we execute them where? Outside of all 3 camps. Now, interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. Ne'emar, the Torah says, "V'hotzio samich v'samachim." Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like we're learning this out from where? From Gzera Shava. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, "V'ha haitana ne'emar ka'amar." The Tana introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a Shava. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu no ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. The Omer Gzera Shava. Shasha Amar kra. Gzera Shava lo tzaret. So this is right. In reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of all 3 camps of the pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that made that statement, then what? Then Allah myself, we would be able to learn it out from a Gzeir Shava. Okay, let's say first wide line. Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yosef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, we said before, Machal Aliyah. Moshe was situated in Machal Aliyah. Oh, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machal Aliyah. The Torah, in speaking to Moshe, says, take the makalo, take the cursor outside of the machana. What does that refer to? Chutz the machana leviyah. So that refers to step number one, machana leviyah. El michutz the machana. Then it says el michutz the machana a second time. What does that mean? That's chutz the machana Yisrael. That refers to Moshe again to taking him out of the machana Yisrael. Then the pasuk says they took out the makalo la asiya. That pasuk. That third statement means they carry through on it. So the Gemara says, Asiya, right, that they carry through on it, that we already said that. Asu kashet sivashem Moshe. Pasuk already says, Chal Yisrael did as Moshe Rabbeinu commanded. Which Gemara says, no. Hahu mibayle chad l'smicha v'chad l'dchiyah. So we're going to see that pasuk is necessary for another detail. Let's say what we're going to call smicha and d'chiyah. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially, the Gemara talks about the idea that when we execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When we execute someone, before we execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means, and then also by skila, what we're going to see is the process is first we throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Right? That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechiyah, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing. Right? Which makes a lot, once I understand, sometimes you can hear this and be like, what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the pictures of the legal system. And we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent executions. Right? We've seen it. In other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished with that as well. But nevertheless, there's the concept of smicha and dechiyah, to which the Gemara says, according to you, so you're dashing all of these hotzi in a machines. What do you do with all of these hotzis that are with the parim, parmanasraf? Again, is the par helam, davar minasiba, par kohen mashiach. The Gemara says, yeah, I don't know. These guys are a lot of hope. Okay, so I'll say, what's the way? What's the takeaway? Takeaway is that when we execute. So first of all, two concepts. Number one, execution was not done in Beis Din. This is very important. For two reasons that we saw yesterday is that why wasn't execution done in Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is eager to execute everyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside the basin, it buys a little bit of the defendant should new proof, right? New proof for exoneration come to bear. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we've established 3 machlos, right? The assumption we're working with is Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption of it. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis HaMikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, again, where are you executing? Outside of Machane Shechina, then again, outside of Machane Leviyah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all 3 Machanos. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara. Echad Omed. So the Gemara says, so remember, the thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. So let's play this out, right? Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Witnesses came along, and let's say based in Taskim that Reuben is liable to death. So remember again, they're moving out to the Beis Haskila. The Beis Haskila is outside of all three camps. Remember what would they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to their base. And remember again, it's not the guy with the flag. Another guy in ocular, right, in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if Basin would find some Lupu flat guy would wave his flag, horse guy would gallop out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to Basin. Okay, so once I said this is great. So I'm gonna put Shitali, Echad Evan Shenistal Ba, the Echad Eight Shenit Laba. The Echad Chais Sheneragbo, the Echad Sudu Shenechnakbo. So I'll say, so Rapuna says like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula and Michel Tzibor, right? I was supposed to say, this is great by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. What the sugya, you know what the sugya is about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money, right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Bezin is carrying out an execution, obviously, the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds, right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or they call it the rope used for strangulation. All these Mishal Sipur, it's paid from communal funds. My time, that's the reason for this. The midday, Gemara says it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you, right? Today's execution of Reuven is sponsored by, sponsored by the Short Mishpacha, right? Right, the Ilim Nishmas, Reuven. You can't. I want to say, brother, I want to point out something. If you think about it, you actually can. Like, why should I pay for Reuven's execution? Right? In other words, let Reuven pay for his own shit. In other words, Reuven got himself into this mess. Like, why is it doing communal funds? It's interesting because logically, it should come from Reuven, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason we don't do it is it doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask the person or to tell the person that they should pay for an execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. Listen to this. So by Rav Huna, Suda Shemalifin versus Shirasu Ma'amidan Mishal Mihu. Like this says, right? So now Reuven has been sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuven is being taken out to the Beis Haskila, so what does the Mishnah say? We have flag guys standing by the basin. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? Somebody. Flag guy is not working for free, right? And horse guy is not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, on one hand, you say, look, who are these guys really working for? Who are they really working for? They're working for Reuven, right? And they're benefiting Reuven. So really, Reuven should have to pay for flag guy. Reuven should have to pay for horse guy. Right? The Gemara says. On the other hand, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on Beis, right? Because the obligation on Beis is to try to the best of their ability to exonerate. So really, again, because you're asking over here, who is this benefit? On one hand, it's benefiting Reuven, and just introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Bezin, because Bezin has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, I want to point out just how incredible this is. So it's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fundraise. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there is not an inexhaustible supply of money to the Beis or to any Jewish organization. It's interesting. So these and to us, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not much like a question of economics. Who's paying for this? Who is the responsibility for this? Right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the Beis or for any Jewish organization. So who is responsible over here? So again, that's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. Say the Gemara says, "V'su." Listen to this. This is great. V'su. Hadam Rav Chiya Rav Ashi. Amar Rav Chisda. Hayotzi lechoreg. If someone is being executed, Mashkin also Korat Shalavona V'Kol Shal Yayin. So let's listen to this. They would give him a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put shalavona. Lavona is frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the incorrectoras. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with lavona. So apparently, what lavona does with wine, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? Why was this done? When the person is going to be executed, we wanted them to be like essentially we get like particular inebriated. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually worked. Can you imagine? Right? But the nicer, so they would do. I want to finish the they will say, Tanya and Hagin brings that when you didn't drink together, what do we say? We say l'chaim. We say l'chaim. Why do we say l'chaim when we drink? The Tanya and Hagin brings that because of this Gemara. Because when they would execute someone, apply them with alcohol, so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Tanya and Hagin says, when we drink with each other, we drink with each other, it should never be construed chas v'shalom, dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, I'm drinking as an escape. That's not why a Yid drinks. A Yid never drinks to escape. A Yid drinks because a little bit of mashke, like nichnas yayin yatzasod, has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes to how much I love every single person, right? And how much love HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and how much bracha there is. When two Jews drink, they have to say l'chaim, life. That is shared, because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom, something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Mamish, this Gemara, incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with lavona, kadesh daito, in order that he shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Double sense is shneimar, tenu shechar la'oved v'yayin l'mari nefesh. Literally, again, give shechar. Shechar is like an intoxicating beverage. Give shechar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I will say, just to the side, it's interesting. We saw some white cotton. The Gemara says, why did Hakadosh Baruch Hu create wine? Why did he create wine? For the koshel tanchumin. For the Kabbalah translation. Remember, it looks more cotton that when the person will come back from the Levaya, right? The person would lose a loved one. What was the first thing you got when you came back from Levaya? First thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the Baruch Hu created wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of edge off of life. That's what the Baruch Hu created. Because sometimes, again, to new yayin l'mari nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul. Sometimes a little bit in moderation. In the case of the other, maybe a little bit more than normal. Go away a little bit of the bitter. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who is about to be executed, give him a l'chaim, give him a strong l'chaim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So listen to this. The Gemara said the top we learned nashim yikarshu yishalayim hayu misnadvos umavios. This is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Now let's say, isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these nashim yikaros? Right, two of these precious women of Yerushalayim. They're the ones who donated the wine. I will say, it's interesting, by the way, that it's women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So, maybe men are more reticent to part with their wine. That's possibility one. Let's say, but it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine that what would happen. Men see Ruins be executed. Right? What's the Chevra saying? What's the Chevra saying as Ruin is being led out to execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, that guy, he had it coming. Right? Very little in the empathy well. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how the Nashim Yikaros of Yerushalayim, when seeing someone who's going to be executed, again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. is still tragic. And therefore, again, they would donate the wine. So let's listen to this. The Gemara says, okay, let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one did an execution wine. It says, Mishelmi, right? Mishelmi, who's paying for it? Once again, let's say, Tachlis, economics, who's, if there are no Nashim Karos, right? No one donated the execution wine, so who is paying for it? No, the truth is, that's actually pretty, because it sounds like that clearly comes from community funds. Why? It's to new. To new Sheikhar La'oved Yanamar. To new is plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that indicates us that it comes from the tzibur. Okay, so that's fine. That's an easy one. If we know that there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. So Gemara said, we'll say again. So I just want to point out, the Gemara doesn't resolve it. So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shaila said the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That's what the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, so Gemara says false. So remember again in this case, because all these things are coming together. Remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who was sitting in front of them? Who was sitting there in front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember again, we saw that in the deliberations, if one of the students says, I have an argument to exonerate. What would they do? They put him on the base. Okay, so watch this. I'm going to do this here. So let's say one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? Benishtates. He became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. Benishtate. So what is the halacha? So menafeach Rav Sheshes biyadei. So Rav says menafeach Rav Sheshes biyadei means waves. So like when you wave someone off, right? He like waved like in a dismissive way. Waved in a dismissive way. So in the shtate, afilu echa b'sofa olam bani. Come on. Or if somebody becomes mute and they can't advance argument, because otherwise we should be choshish that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of them as well. In other words, if you can say it, you can say it. If you can't, you can't say it. Just because someone has something to say, and then you have the power of speech, we can't accept it at all. So Mr. Kumar says, no. It's different. Because to be choshish for someone who may or may not exist, okay, that's a possibility. And we have no reason to think that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, hey, Chevra, based in Sanhedrin, I have something to say. Step forward. He just never got a chance to say it. The verse says, Tashma, let's analyze. Let's listen to this. If you have one of the students who says, Rabosai, I have an argument to advance to exonerate the defendant, happened, and we'll say he's put on the basin and then he died. Rowan also is we count his opinion even though he's dead. Right? We count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, so we'll say, so what do you see from here? It's only if he actually advanced the opinion. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the basis, and he advances his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so he can still count his opinion even after he died. So that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, Zicha in lo, Zicha lo. To which the Gemara says, Zicha pshito. Amar tibai lecha. The Gemara says, you're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the chiddush is, I can count his opinion even though he's dead. The shayla both sides, the shayla is in our case, where what happens if a student steps forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately it says, and it ends off with a kasha. Okay, so the Gemara begins to say to us, afilu, what's the Gemara again? The next part of the Mishnah said, should be a fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah said was as follows. Ruvain, right, let's play this for. Ruvain is in the base of Skila, about to be executed. Reuven is about to execute. So remember again. Now what happens over there? Now Reuven says, "Wait, I realized I have an argument to exonerate myself." So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Makzimin also afilu arba b'chamisha times." So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Right? We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, the issue the Gemara says is with a caveat. What's the caveat? The Mishnah said last verse of the Mishnah, as long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. We have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, he's just like, I realize I have something to say. Like putting your kids to bed, right? Put the kids before bed. But hey, one more thing. So at a certain point, like there's nothing else. Right? We've spoken about everything you've eaten, every snack already. There's nothing else. So this is an important caveat. In other words, if Reuven says, "Oh no, I realize I know this," so the Mishnah says, "We'll take you back as much as you have to, but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you're saying." Now, you ask an interesting question. Is that true? Is that true every time? In other words, let's say Reuven's at the base of Skida, and he says, first time, he says, "Oh, don't kill me yet. I realize I new evidence. I just thought of something, thinking back to these." So, do we have to investigate that claim already the first time, a second time he says that, or only like for up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says that time we learned. It also learned that if he does this the first or second time that Reuven does this, kind of just give him a pass. First or second time he says, "I have new evidence." What do? We take him back. We take him back to Basin, allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there at the base of Skila to make sure that he's legitimate and what it is. There's some legitimacy. From time 3 and on, if there's some legitimacy, if there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, find it back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking it back. You're right. It's like this. Read that. So what's that's very interesting. So it sounds like it's like this. For the first 2 times, you kind of get like the get out of skill free card. In other words, we'll take you back. Whenever you say skill from based in, no questions asked. You say you have new evidence, fine. We'll take you back. From time 3 and on, you claim that you have new evidence. We're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right? Spot before taking you back. So the Gemara says, "No, Yadi." So says, "Here's the shaila. How do you know?" Well, it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. 2 times, as long as Reuven says, "Have new evidence," you take him back. From second and on, how do you know if he's telling the truth? Otherwise, if there's some legitimacy to words, this is very simple. Rabbi, the masuna is good to Rabbanon. So interesting enough, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skila. Fascinating, you know. Low. So essentially, we bring Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skila, and they say, "Okay, Reuven, what do you got?" Right? And if after he says it, they're like, "Oh, okay, saying good," then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, we're just going to execute it. So the Gemara says, well, if that's the case, if you're furnishing the Chacham to kind of vet claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just have them come there from the beginning? Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, Agav the boys, Lo Matzi Amar Kol My Deist. Let's say, so understandably so, Reuven is probably a little bit nervous, right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. As such, they will say, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? So he's about to be executed. He's like, I have no evidence. Understandably, he may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we bring him back to base instead he could compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say it, and the two guys will be there to vet it. So I said, get ready for this. These figures are ridiculous. Mishnah, Matzlos Patrol. So I say, so again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression is actually quite. Mishnah is like this. Circles like this are very exciting because they will be again they're flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate Reuven, right? It turns out right either they exonerated him or in this case they brought him back to the base of Skila afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So what's halacha? So matzulos chos patra. So they found grounds to exonerate, and they exonerate him. Ve'im lav, and if not, yotzu lisakel. They take him out to be stoned. So the Gemara says, "Cruz yotze lefano." Listen to this. There was an announcer. An announcer went out before Reuben, and what would he say? Ish Ploni ben Ploni, Yosef Lisakel al Sha'avar Plonis. So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed. Uploni Edav, and so and so and so and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Kol mi sheyodeh lo zechus yovo v'yilami darav. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So we'll say, interesting. This announcement really does two things. Number one, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kapara, part of his atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. On warning, there is accountability for what you do. And there's always accountability for what you do. And number 3, which is really most important over here, is it's a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that could lead to the exoneration of the thing. That's really the goal over here. So the Gemara says, Amar Abaye, starts from Neymar beyond Ploni, 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 so Ploni, Ploni, Dilma, Ika, Yadi, Asim, Mason. Says, Abaye says, by the way, you have to add in some more information. There's other information. So and so and so and so are the witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Reuben on Tuesday at 3 a.m. in Tel Aviv. Why do you put out that information? Because they will say there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Reuben, but maybe there's someone who says, witnesses saw Reuben kill Shimon on Tuesday 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right at that time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So listen, so because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. The Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, this Cruz goes to the front of. So the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the fun of in Meikara Lo. So it says, this is interesting. That goes to Zion, this seems to be he's missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. Rashi says, Arboim Yom Kodem, not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes to Tziyunim, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnote, I used to be able to see this level of print, right? He mentions over here that Nimcha, that there's pieces of this Gemara that were taken, pieces of this Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means the Gemara is just intrigued by the idea that Allah we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, I'm a base. Let's say I'm a base. This is a ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show my lady. The lady says as follows. Okay, so literally translated. If you go, sorry. I don't know. You have more lines? Got it. Okay. Good. It's just using a regular Gemara. All right. So I'm going to show my lady. Let me go on base. 43B. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through the stipulated amount, so give me more. I'm going to show my lady. literally sacrifices his yetzer, right? And does he confesses. It's as if he has honored in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful Gemara. So look at Rashi. So Rashi says, if the Yetzer entices me to sin, Uzoko the Hargo, the Shabbat Shula. So now, the way that Rashi understands it says follows. So my Yetzer enticed me to sin. After my Yetzer entices me to sin, Zovcho, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it. Again, I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So according to what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my Yetzer. I give into my Yetzer hara, I sin, but afterwards again I overcome my Yetzer hara, I subdue my Yetzer hara, I confess, I do tshuva from my averos, and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Herculean task and accomplishment that it's as if I have honored the Kadosh Baruch Hu in two worlds. Olam hazeva, olam haba. Sid, zaver, toda, yichab dinim. You offer the toda, offering yichab dinim, two nodes. The nodes representing this idea of Sheikhah Yisrael. What's amazing. If you look over here, blushing over here is it doesn't say like kahol veishesitz, right? It says kala zovechesitz. You know what I'm saying? The most incredible thing to understand is when we overcome the desire to sin, essentially the Yisrael treats that as if I'm offering a carbon. We're going to do the definition in just a moment. See, I want to be able to commit an avera, to be able to do that. I want to indulge a yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't use my yetzer, I am giving up something for a and that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up in the absence of most every single day. I have not offered up karbanos. What kind of carbon? I want to do something. I want an avera. I want to do an avera. I want to do an avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want. I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength not to do that avera, that's a carbon. That's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something, that I take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon that you can offer. And when you offer that type of personalistic carbon, Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. Gemara goes back there. Gemara says, lady, and I will say, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. Lady, especially when the base makes such good, the makbid olar, star olar the other. The person offers an olar, you can for an olar, right? Coming for the other, you offer up a minchah. From mincha, so we'll say, in other words, at least speak the stood. When you offer up a carbon, you get reward for the carbon you offer. However, listen to this. Shedaito shvela. But someone said, now what does daito shvela mean? Daito shvela you often translate as humble. As humble. But the Maharsha actually has a different idea. The Maharsha says that daito shvela is ruach neshama sheshav b'chol limo. The Shah says that ultimately that means someone who is about tshuva. We'll say, what does it mean to be about tshuva? About tshuva means I sin, and now when faced with the opportunity to sin again, this time for what you want. That's daito tshuva. That's about tshuva. About tshuva is not someone who never sinned. It's not mean to be about tshuva. But just tasted sin, embrace sin. Is good at it. Everybody's not good at something, right? Good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fire is desire anymore. Because what I'm doing now in this moment is I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daito Shir, listen to this, Ma'ala alav akasar kilu ikrit kala karbanos kula. It is as if you had offered up every single carbon. Shneimar sifrei elokim ruach nishbara. It will say because the highest level of carbon that we could offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shel Olam. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what I can Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person possesses a dramatic koach of tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. Little be again, broken heart, a broken spirit, down in spirit. Ultimately, Baruch will never despise. Those are the greatest cover we could offer. It's not an old, it's not a shalom. The greatest cover we could offer is the carbon of our own desire. To sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to what Baruch wants. That's the highest level of cover. When you make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you made every other carbon on the face of your panels. When I'm ready to make sacrifice, the special koach hatila, special power. I will say I'll stop over for today. Okay, good. Shkayach, everyone. Tomorrow's Rosh Chodesh. Have a good day. We'll be fine. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone. I was mad at the house on Saturday. I had for a lot of reasons.
I've talked about this before. I don't understand. It's weird that, like.
I want to say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Tafshin Pei 5785 in Tosin Mishpacha for dedicating all the shiur instructions this year as a zchus for those for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors to Kelman Mishpacha for dedicating all the shiur this month in memory of Amit and David Levy, to call the local brother of Itai Levy, and guys on the first night of Hanukkah, may his preciousness shall have an aliyah, and his family in the Chacham Arika learning sponsors by Ari and Hannah Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who is today Sarah Bas Shimon is calling the bracha, in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Shlomo Haman Aliyah, and the family in the Chama. You want to see the class? Let us begin. So today's class is members. We are picking up a lot of details and really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next day. The truth is, so as I say, we left off on Mem Aleph on the days 41b, and we left at the two dots. Actually, we left off at the end of the exchange. Again, in the end of yesterday's dot, there was a beautiful exchange between the Kana of Safra, and the Kana of Safra were learning Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbah. So Rami Bar Chama went ahead and was interacting with them. So Rami Bar Chama said, "What are you learning?" And again, Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. So the Gemara says as follows. So if you remember, again, the end of the discussion was Arabahu Ihabi Amisu Ba Tuva Amisu. So Rami Bar Chama was very impressed by what Rav Kana and Zafra was saying. So he said, you said this, you taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to mention the last part. So it's interesting. Rav Kana of Safra said back to Rav Kana, because you are so pleasant to deal with, we were able to share with you so much. Meaning, had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. Because take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something so beautiful at the end. So this is beautiful. So kind of stuff we're saying to Rabbi Kama, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, if you wanted to be a contrarian, right? If you wanted to be difficult, if you wanted to be combative, so this is such a beautiful beautiful and incredible idea. What kind of Safa was saying, the story about Hama, you're so pleasant, comfortable, sharing with you so much, your pleasantness, your kindness out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are present in our interaction with other people, it brings out greatness inside of them as well. When people react positively to kindness versus when everyone knows, right? When you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrite, so some people are just like, you know what? I just want to, whatever level of interaction I have to have, I'll have, and then I want to get out. I absolutely zero interest in interacting. When someone is kind, and someone is compassionate, and someone is sweet, and someone is just emotionally giving in their interactions, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to do. Still very beautiful Gemara. Echad Omer, Gemara goes like this. Ad Kamers, what's this woman again? Mishkan Halal V'Yadino. That halacha l'maisa, witnesses could be often there up to 2 days. Up to 2 days. And is how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their time? So says the Gemara. Until you get to the middle of the month, or what we call the majority of the month. In other words, we go up to the majority of the month, we could assume it could be off a little bit in the timing. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't have any type of discrepancies in the timing. So here, you cancel the Surah Kodesh, the English meaning your Echad, name of the Talk Ibar Kodesh. So in other words, we'll allow, remember again, we said, for example, if 1/8 says it happened on the 2nd of the month, 1/8 says it happened on the 3rd of the month. So we can allow for that, right? Why? Because we can assume maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was a 30-day month, whereas the other one thinks that it was a 29-day month. But the shayla is, up until what point in time could we allow for that type of discrepancy? So the Rashi is saying up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, so we learn this in as well. If one witness says the murder happened on the 2nd of the month, one witness says it happened on the 5th of the month, the able to battle. Neighbor says that there be b'shnei iburim, so I say this: there is a way to explain a discrepancy between the 3rd and the 5th, right? How can you explain it? Right? Witness number 1 thinks the last 2 months were 29 days each. Witness number 2 thinks that the last 2 months were 30 days each. That explains that there's a discrepancy between 2 days. To which he wants to because what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, once you get to the what we'll call the road, into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. So it could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the previous month was a Mali or a Chasar, right? That's possible. But what does that mean? About the shofar blowing. Meaning that halacha l'maisa, the shofar is blown. That actually points out here that the shofar is blown at the beginning of every month. So everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, you'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. So it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing, declaring your month, but to say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately, again, that would be highly improbable. So now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition a little bit over here to a really great discussion. Up until what point in time can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh. Right? Birchas HaLevana. Kiddush HaChodesh. When can you, up until what point into the month can you bench the new moon? So the Gemara says, until the deficiency of the moon is completed. So the Gemara says, the Kama, okay, how much is that? So what we're asking is, at what point up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say Kiddush HaChodesh? So the Gemara gives us an answer. Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. The Gemara says, Shkoyach. What is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time in the month that I can see Kiddush. The Kama, I'm ready up to Ba'idi, I'm ready to Ad Shiva. So the Yehuda says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, and I say up until the 16th of the month. So what's the interesting machlokes over here? Then you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month. Then you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42. And it doesn't matter, and both of them hold. Like Rabbi Yochanan, interesting enough. So here's what's fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says the rule is you can say Kiddush Levana until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So there's machlokes in terms of what does that mean. Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I don't say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara said both hold it. Rabbi Yochanan. One says that the moon has to look like a bow. So one said that's the opinion ultimately again of Rabbi Yehuda up until 7 days, and then I don't say has to look like a sieve. Now a sieve means it's fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. The moon is complete. So we'll say some fundamental machlokes over here, really incredible machlokes, an important machlokes, up until one say Kiddush Levana, Rabbi Yehuda, 7th of the month, because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been, of the moon has been closed, and that the moon no longer looks fully incomplete. Looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. Then I don't know up until the deficiency is complete, and in the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the So the Gemara says, I'm going to live Acham Gifnei. So the Baruch had Tova Hametiv. So maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be at Tova Hametiv. So I think that's quite beautiful. Because it was a Rashi. So the Baruch runs down the Rashi from the top. The Baruch had Tova Hametiv. I've got Yehuda Paris and Nami. The Mishiva Be'ilech Kulaka. Lemima Mechadish Chadashim. The Baruch had Mia had Tova Hametiv. So Rashi points out the way the procedure is going on the Yehuda. Right, that is interesting, right? So Yehuda holds that halacha myself, you could recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova Hametiv. And what's in Tova Hametiv is the bracha. Essentially, Shechianu and Tova Hametiv are like sister brachas. So Shechianu is a bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. Tova Hametiv is something that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So why do we say Tova Hametiv on the filling in of the moon each and every month? So according to Yehuda, say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month, and from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova Hametiv. So it's if that's the case, also keep us about Dayan Ha'aretz. So maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'aretz. Right? At the end of remember, Tova Hametiv by definition means, right? To say Tova Hametiv means that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Tova Hametiv as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe you should say that. Let's go ahead and say Tova Hametiv as the moon as is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, Kivan Archei So this is fascinating. You know, since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, what is it? If you look at Rashi, almost very close to Rashi. The Kol Kodesh Brias Olam Kimin Hagoki. The Inkan Din Kalamus B'Chasrona Kolo Haftafa Lanuchasa B'Nusa. So we must just sort of hear that this is the natural way the world works. So because it's natural way the world works, there's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala, it's not negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So it's like, I don't know, I was saying last night, I encourage you, take you down to the space metrics at night. So I'm really starting in here at the store. I was here last night, it was like 9:45 because it's quiet. It was surreal. Mamish, surreal, beautiful. I went in the park and also beautiful. So I was thinking about this, because this schema like seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, I said what you might say, how go know it. Like, the world just kind of operates. Because all the programs, certain things, the moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it's just is. So it's, I don't think I'm not going to head around this because to a certain degree, feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The way we're programmed to think is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or hatov amitib or dayan ha'emes. And what's more interesting to us here is that there are certain things in the world that just it's the program. It's the program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just, it is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, I think perhaps, what the Lord's trying to teach us over here is, maybe you don't have to necessarily read into everything. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. That just are. And I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Our Lachas Kama V'Kama is true in our relationship with people. So one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage. Right? But again, there's all of this intuiting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no feeling like I don't need like my frosted flakes decoder ring to figure out, like what it is that was said and how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. And it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, because Baruch was modeling this for us. You know what? The moon's up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Dayan ha'emes or hatov ha'amitib. Incredible. Let's go right in. We'll say it's beautiful. Whoever goes ahead and recites, this is Kiddush Levana. Whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time. Now again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our machlokas. Yehuda says up until 7 days, then I see it's not anticlimactic. We know how we pass him. We pass like the Naradim. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th is the middle of the month. The middle of the month. We actually pass the maybe until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But that's how we pass him. So we must be beautiful. Whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. The Gemara says, it says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, and it says Zeki, so it's Zeh. Chodesh Hazeh, which is Kiddush Levana, and Zeki, that's another I just want to point out, it's that probably one of the most neglected tefillos, neglected faces. Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between you and your car to Shabbos, right? And it's the tefillah I need to like avoid eye contact with, like duck through, like yeah. I would say, isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? So like it is the tefillah where some segment of the population peels off, or the doggy door. Even if it's done, it's like come on, shots, right? So it's fascinating. Yes, that's the tefillah. Like the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are seeing the Shekhinah. Let's say, one of the interesting things in Ruchnius, sometimes you recognize it or not, many of us live with a fear of spiritual intimacy to Hashem. Because I'm scared that if I get close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too, so there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep our Kadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. Like I always wondered about this with Kiddush Levana. It can't be the edge that people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just gotta run out and this, that. Even if I say it, like it's just like the fastest tefillah in Psukim is like a close second, right? Right. But when I say, what is it? It's almost as if like it's like not in a version, but what is the answer? I think comes from a deep place. And a lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues, and I'm to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. Because if I don't have the Makabah Pnei Shechina, then at the end of the day, I can kind of keep up on the car at a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. I think he's happy. I'm happy. And I don't have to really up the expectations of me. It's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Levana is even the Makabah Pnei Shechina? So let's say, so there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, I didn't Bazel of Peter Shrakim. The so far to that's a shachar. Listen to this. The Nishlam on the Ishi Sabagalusan, Inam Zokin Pnei Shechina, or the Open Kabbalasa. Listen, this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Galus. So it's Klal Yisrael and Galus. Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. Right? What we lament most, I was about to point out, I believe by this Motzei Shabbos will already become the sacred. When's the Chodesh? Wednesday, Thursday, so it'll be close. I don't know when the moment is. Okay, I don't know if it's right. For the next week or two, this is going to be a very shayach Gemara. So let's say, so remember the Gemara says over here, the Maharsha says it's in Galus, we are not Zorka, we are not able to see the Shekhinah. We're not able, let's say, the greatest tragedy of Galus is that when there was a Beis Hamikdash, there was an acute manifestation of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah, able to see Shbarach all the time. In Galus, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. About Kiddush HaLevana, listen to this. Who seemingly Yisrael, Shemasidim Yischadish Kimosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes and wanes, like the moon diminishes and then regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. ובזה כשאנו מברכים על הקודש בזמנו, שהוא שים שלו הסידים יצחדיש כמוסו, ואנו כאילו מקבלים השכינה. This is so beautiful. Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes. Right? And then it wanes. Right? And then it goes up and diminishes and it becomes almost invisible. That's the story about people. That's the story about the individuals. And so when we go out and do Kiddush Levana and we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent, and we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zokat to be Makabah Pnei Shechina, Elidos Mishalayim with the Beis Hamikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being Makabah Pnei Shechina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. I like that I can tell you this well. And money goes up in yourself. I like when I have this question, man, go hold it, but if you do this, the Rachel says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. It must now make sense why. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within you the base and the optimism of Newell. And that is the most important thing to sow as a people and as individuals, to believe that no matter how far I sin, no matter how much I diminish myself, how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that power? Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana is this. You have Amabai, Hilchot, and then in the movement. Abai said, therefore, we have to make sure it's a Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. We have to, let's say, it's one of today's coming attractions. We're going to have to discuss Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our chutzah, in our courtyard. You can do much of good. So hopefully, again, assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, you can see the sun is not in direction, right? Like there's a lot. It's like, again, like to create an atmosphere, right? Sometimes you think Kiddush Levana and what happens. Your riders are there, right? They're getting impatient behind the wheel. They're ready to pick you up. So how much money can you put into it? So we begin to see the power and profundity of this tefillah. Incredible. One tefillah a month. If you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. Somebody tells the story. Therefore, Abai says you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana has to be said standing. Remar Marzutra Nikasvi. Remember, who were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a bracha on Kiddush Levana. What's the bracha? Amay Rabaka Adu Rabash. In my Rabbi Mavarchi, in Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha. Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was a Kiddush Levana, right? Okay, you know, I'm not around for that. And I can get behind that. But Mechadish Chadash, that was it. Bracha Dash Lord Kilamelech Olam, Mechadish Chadash. Right? That was like, that's it. So he did this. So he said, hi, Nashi, you don't know me, Basi. So what it tells over here is, well, that's a woman's bracha. So what is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good, like Talmud stuff, right? That's what, let's say, so the Mavshah points out over here, he says, Rosh Chodesh, and again, now I'm talking about Rosh Chodesh, is a women's yantiv. There's a special yantiv in women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only makes note of Mechadish Chadash and Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the saying is the bracha is okay, makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, which is such a beautiful. Okay, we're going to now go to the bracha of Kiddush Levana. Eschatani Nasir. I was there in 6 years for many years. I never said the bracha in a way like the Gemara highlights it. And you see what you just take the temperature. Like I said, usually for whatever reason, and Mati Shabbos we're in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not immediately clear, but we're always in a rush. So look what the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Now obviously it's Baruch Atah Shalom Kilamelech Olam. Through his word, we mentioned through your word created the heavens. Kol Sivan, and ultimately again through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. Chok Uzman Nasan Lahem. So literally again, Chok means like a rule. Uzman and set times you have given blessed your hosts. Shalom Yisham Hakida. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. And they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. So I just want to point out over here again, what's so beautiful is the Marshak comment from this. It says, you know what's incredible when you look up at the heavens? The stars never say, you know what, I'm going to be the moon. Right? And the moon never says, you know what, today my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. And it's exactly respectable thing. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and their godless, they stay on task. They stay on mission. So my avoid in life is to figure out, not like, oh, I want your mission. I want to be like you, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities in other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that that is my avoda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. It goes on, it says, Paul and that's again, they affect the works of truth, and the work is truth. How much of this Kaddish? Which one he says to the moon to renew Ateres, Siteres, La'amuse Batan. And literally again, there's a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. And to go ahead and love you again, praise their Creator, Hashem, through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch atah Hashem, Mekadesh Kadoshim. Right, you Hashem, the one who renews the new month. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mekadesh Kadoshim, we use that same bracha, but we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you can do, you can affect the world. With whom can you find more followers who can wage the word of Torah, who is capable of waging the word of Torah? It's beautiful. Pablo is not a Mishnah, because if you learn Mishnayos, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnayos convey to you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara, it gives you a lot of halachas and give you a lot of stuff, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Courage. I'm sorry, Karen Yosef and Hashem, without Tzuros, the Koach Shar. So Moses says, it's a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinions by some authors. But for my again, the Mishnah of Gemara, then it goes in and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and wage the war of Torah is how is if you're armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the war of Torah? Mishnayos. Mishnayos, at least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Koach. Come up Torah, fine. After all, I'm not seeing about Ashi. No, it's not a shot. Now, I'm going to say, in some Mishnah also, that we do allow for some level of time dependency between the witnesses. Right? So if they go and one is, right, Ruben, so we sort of question in 2 hours into the day. Other witnesses said, you saw, so we think question in 3 hours into the day. Hopefully that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says, about Echad Omer Kodem. But if one opinion says, I saw the red one being considered to shilling, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, then is this is bracha. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that. But like after sunrise, before sunrise, it's not right. That's just right. So how do you only probably someone's mind, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right? So the Gemara says, "Pshit, that's Ella echad al kodem leitzachama be'echad al b'sochanes." No, rather, what's happening over here? One witness says we saw living till Shimon before sunrise, and another says it was during sunrise. So Hanan Pshit, that's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line up. So what's not the one just thought? So let's say, so maybe what ends up happening over here is they're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunlight wasn't really during, but rather again it was during the glow of the sun and southern rays. Because it is saying the same thing, it's reconcilable. That we have to see like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it, that essentially disallows the testimony. Incredible. So again, so The Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, in the Sanhedrin, finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, he invites him on. And he remains there for the rest of that day. Says the Gemara, I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, we just invited him ultimately again for that day, and no one doesn't get to stay on the basin. If the student says, good, we invited part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take it down, then and it's what he was saying ultimately again helpful. When we wait for the rest of the day, then not that. Why? Because okay, see, hey, what it means is like this. If the student says, I something to contribute to exonerate some defendants in the Beis Din. If he has something to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din. Come forward. If he doesn't have something to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din that day. Afterwards, we'll go ahead and keep off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says again, if the Gemara talks about stuff over here, if they can't agree on, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth. They do a break, like overnight or over the course into the next day, and the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine and they diminish their consumption. So at the yain night time, why don't they drink wine? I'm across on the Restream a sheikhar. Literally translated, rulers a sheikhar. What does this mean? Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the law, which is what's called judgment. Those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated, which makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing the functions and dealing with capital citizens, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. Lo ra'u ma'u goes like this. Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they cannot reach a verdict. Like they can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, Yuma says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, but the Beis Din is they have to keep going back until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another, either majority of one to exonerate or a majority of two to implicate. Like they have to keep going. Yuma says, right. What happens is Beis Din, well, what are you doing in a case like this? I'm going to a deadlock Beis Din in a not guilty plea. That's what it does. Someone says, block Beis Din will result in a not guilty plea. I'm a rabbi, if that's the case, deadlock earlier on, in other words, when they were similar, why not go ahead instead of because the process is adding on until you get to 72. So instead of block earlier on, not guilty plea. I'm not Yochanan today, so you should be in the order bubble. Because the idea is we don't like the deadlock case. It doesn't look like should be able to be decisive, cases should be able to be conclusive, and they be able to give a definitive ruling. It doesn't look like if they can't, and therefore we feel compelled to work this through until the end. I'm going to so let's get down. I'm going to talk about I got an alternate version of it. Why does depending on Diana, essentially once you see that the deadlock, just exonerate right and on the deal, it's quite tough. Because my sense of the sign of the answer, I change it was not easy, so should that, but copy, most even not easy, so as the you can't add on to a Beis Din of 71. You also don't have to add on to a Beis Din of 73. Sorry, 23. The Beis Din is deadlocked, and you know what? That's the way it works. Over beginning of this is backing up. And over beginning of consciousness is negative. What's the interesting right? When it comes to financial gain, we say is documented. Now, what that literally means is what? The judgment became old. When it comes to capital cases, we don't say is documented. So much what that means. Mine is documented. What exactly does that mean? So let's say if it means like this, custody, it means that halacha and is saying this case is difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. Give it more time. That's what it means. Then it comes by the way. And also, you should say that after by capital cases and by monetary cases. I'm not saying about money. Equal, you're right. Around. So that's what we're doing. No. What does it mean? Mine is documented. What does it mean documented? It means the declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? So therefore, again, so when it comes to David says we have decided appropriately. Even the budgets, they don't make the statement. So what he makes there is a question is Hadin. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration is Hadin. So what's one second? If you want to say again is Hadin means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. That the armor gadol makes sense to have the basis says but if you say that the thing is too difficult, can't find resolution. Mosaki the armor gadol why does the gadol have to say it? I'm not that it has to be declared by the basis because the gadol does the head of the basis have to say it. Isn't that embarrassing? So it's going to be some level of embarrassment if the basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the guy himself than to have it come from us. Incredible. So much easier down the other say, you have no Kashmina, take the declaration that basin said, you can't reach your verdict. I do eight of them start transfers. But you don't want to say that we did a declaration that the basin is making. The basin is saying, we did a good job of adjudicating in this case. Adjudicating stuff matter. Is the person supposed to praise themselves? Praise yourself. We did a good job of adjudicating this case. Shiny words of the basin, no, because it never comes to a basin. Everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Anything about how you machlis it also the Omer Aish Pony Zakai Aish Pony in the same way that the basin would announce the verdict. Any other announcements of the basin from the head of the basin as well, including if the basin did a job, they would say, we adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement also again would come from the head of the basin. So for both sides, okay, short celebration. What's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So if at the end of the day, again, they finished, they reached the verdict. So, and now let's say we're talking about a case of a guilty verdict. So we're bringing out for Skiba. So you bring him out for Skiba. So here with the punishment for Skiba. So now just the place stolen. And again, we'll talk more about this in this side of outside of Gilgit. Otius and Makalo. Like the Pasuk says against because the Pasuk says Otius and Echad Omer Al Pesach. So now, right? So let's say Reuben killed Shimon. Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to execute through Skiba. They position one guy who stood by the entrance where the base is. So during the other, and also again, he had like a cloth. Yeah, a lot. Something bigger, right? Yeah, good. So Right, so it was in his hand. This was rough up in the day. And I watched it. How this was set up. There was a guy fishing out of the he had like essentially like a flag, right? Now there was a guy named horse-mounted rider on the side, and this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection, so he was able to see the flag guy by the basement. Now, why did they do this? כדי שיהיה לו אחד over usually now watch this. So the living is executed. But let's say as they're living in the house, someone comes into the basement and they say, oh, I have testimony that could exonerate. And remember again, accepting testimony to exonerate Ruvain literally up until the moment he was to be executed. Again, they needed a mechanism that if there was a testimony that they would be able to get word so that movement wouldn't be executed. So that somebody came into Basin and said, all right, I testimony what happened. Flag guy with his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly and say, wait, so he was just, hello, so flag guy would raise his flag, rider would race off to the skilo, and would tell everyone to pause. Even if Ruben said, let's do this. Ruben is not the execution. Ruben says, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay? I just thought of something. How you think about things, right? I just thought of something. They could exonerate me. You might have said, not serial self. We listen to him. We'll bring him back to the I feel the coming even 4 or 5 times. Managed big bar. As long as what? Obviously, what's like level of, there's only some level of investigation over here, right? They're not just going to bring you back to the basement. Yeah, like tell us, what information have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here. So the base has schema of coastal base, and by the way, what we said, it makes it over here, obviously, the place where they exit. The moving was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it said they took him out. It sounds like he was a good distance away. So that's the Sula. Okay, now, Sula, somewhere out, it didn't have to be far, it just had to be somewhere away. So you must really that Sula, because Sula, it just looks like the base Skila was outside of the 3 camps. Now remember again, the notion of 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But we always have the same 3-camp model by right? Rashi actually points out over here, Rashi put the Tosh Machanos, Yerushalayim would be shayach from Mimah Azara. Paradise Machanel, Korea Machanel Israel. This 3-camp model existed in English as well. Right? The Azar, the English itself, that's called Machanel, right? The Harabais, that's called Machvia, the Greek camp, and the Yerushalayim itself is called Machanel Israel. Where was his stone? In Yerushalayim. When they just think it's outside, so you see from here, it's not enough, but it really has to be outside. It has to be outside. So what is right? You got it. Yeah, absolutely. When we sit at the base of Skilo, it really removes all 3 camps outside of the base camp. So why does the Mishnah list it this way? Even based on Skilo, so you must listen to this. Once they come to this telling halacha, that even if basing that is convenient outside of the city, like outside of the 3 macros, I might have thought that since the basement is already outside of the 3 camps, and therefore what? Therefore, anyway, because the basement itself is over the 3 camps. Kamash Malon, basement is outside of the 3 camps, but this Haskila itself still has to be different from the basement. Why is that? If you go to this Chazi Basin Road School, it shouldn't look like it's a mere murder. Meaning, what it shouldn't look like Basin is executed. So we don't even look at English excuse. So because we don't want to look like Basin is eager to execute, we always box from the Basin and significant way. Other possibilities, he lay Hasalah. So I'll say, furthermore, again, distancing the execution spot from the basin is also beneficial because it'll say the longer it takes for the accused to get from base to the execution spot, the longer they have to find some last minute breaking, evidence that will exonerate. Right, if the base is right next to the so then again you pass the verdict to execute that is no time. By making getting the base a little bit further out, ultimately allows for a little window, a little bit of an initial window of exoneration. So it's like a window that the base has just understand that these three kills is based on the way we the desert. Right in the middle of the camp, and applies on the desert, you had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Shchina. Who lived around the Mishkan? The Levian. That's called Machane Levian, the Levitic camp. And around that, you had Yisrael, the Machane Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like so you usually have the base on Mikdash, that's Machane Shchina. Harabai is the Temple Mount. That's called Machane Levian. And the rest of the city, that's called Machane Yisrael. For example, so they operated again in the Beis HaMikdash, but the Beis HaSkila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see what the Beis HaSkila has to be outside of the three camps. Either number one, because you don't want to look like but number two, by distancing the execution from the base itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be sentenced. So it's not that ultimately, again, basis has to be outside of the base and such and stuff. And everyone's like, stop her today. We're making great time. Don't worry about it. We're good. Let's say, Shemon, and we'll get it. Truly, that Amida is like Kiddush Levana. To rush to Kiddush Levana, like you can't rush to an Amida Bima like that. Those I. All right, come on, everyone. All right, I want to say good morning, and let us begin this morning share to thank our annual for the year of Tavshin, 785, the Chos Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua's as his Chos for Besoros Tavos Yisrael, Tam Torah sponsors, the Kalman Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shurim this month in memory of Amit, one of the brothers who killed in Gaza on the first night of Chana committee. Shama had Maria and his family in Hama. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandchildren with us yesterday. Is today Sarah Bas Shimon is from the Bracha, the open merit of our Talmud Torah Shama having Aliyah and the family in Hama. Let us begin. So today's topic number 42. We have to cover a lot of details. Really tomorrow ahead of us for the next every day. So this is on and I live on the days 40. 40 you left off at the end of these. Remember again, at the end of the year, there was a beautiful learning head went ahead and kind of interacted. So everybody said, what are you learning? And again, the Gemara part is a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbis. One says as follows. So the end of the discussion was, very impressed by what the Safra was saying. If you said this, it taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to the last part. You research the Mar Amina. So it's interesting. The kind of Safra said back time by Hamas wasn't feel it. We were able to share so much. Really, You take the matter, go and bring a bubble of Haza. Had you been a little bit more difficult, right? If you've been a little bit more sharper, we wouldn't have been able to share with you as much. Rashi says something about the army. You say the matter, I'm reading through us. Masmos just a told enough. On the Bahar. So it's beautiful. So I've kind of changed because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, able to share with you. Conversely, you say the matter, and you say to the last responding. I'm going to be a contrarian, right? If you hold what you want to be that is. Well, the hack shows like that. Such a beautiful and incredible idea. What the canon of Saka is saying is telling about how because you're so pleasant, you're comfortable, you share so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings so much production. Had you been a bit more caustic, difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are present in our interactions with other people, it brings outside of them as well. When you bring people react positively versus when everything all of us, right? When you're combative and contrarian, some people are like, you know what, I sort of, whatever interaction, whatever level of interaction I have to have, and then I want to get out. I have pseudo interest in interacting. When someone is kind, someone is compassionate, someone is sweet, and someone is just emotionally giving in their interaction, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to do. Very beautiful to love. Not good like that. Let's explain again that Allah witnesses could be often timing up to 2 days. Up to 2 days. So the Shayla is how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their time? Says tomorrow. I will go somewhere until you get to the middle of the month, or what we call the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. You could assume that you off a little bit in their time. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancy in timing. So Rashi says over here, I come up, you cancel yourself, I told them, we gave out the 12 Ibrahim. So in other words, we'll allow, remember, say for example, 1-8 says it happened on the second of the month, 1-8 says it happened on the third month. So you can allow for that, right? Why? Because maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was 30-day month, whereas the other thing said it was 29-day month. But the shayla is, until what point do we allow for that type of discrepancy? So Rabbi is in there up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, the murder happened on the second of the month. One week it says it happened on the 30th. What if there's a clear either way to explain that discrepancy between the first 2 months with 29 days. Witness number 2 says that the last 2 months with 30 days each. That explains that there's a discrepancy between 2 days. Which more for Allah show is a ruba yada. What do you see from there? You see from there that halakha once you get to the road, into the majority of the month, since everyone knows the exact. We all know it's not around it, so we should hurry up. It could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows the previous month was a mullet or a fusser, right? That's possible. But what does everyone know? You know about the shofar blow. Meaning what? Allah for the shofar is blown, right? Actually points out here that the shofar is blown at the beginning of every month. So everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore again, Allah for the will be hard you'd be hard stressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. The Chachis were all made to so it's possible maybe 1 month the shofar blowing declaring the new month. I have to say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing. Ultimately, again, that would be really probably. I've come of Allah Chodesh. So now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about new month, and now we go ahead and transition a little bit here to the discussion. Up until what point can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh? Hey, Krefas Halabana. Kiddush HaChodesh. When can you, up until what point of the month can you thank the new moon? Until the deficiency of the moon is completed. Is one to limit to say Kiddush HaChodesh. So the Gemara gives us an basa. Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. The Gemara says, Shkach. What is that? Give me a so the Buddha says up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, we can go ahead and say Shabbat. Okay, so the Gemara says, so Naradoy Ami Achishasar. Naradoy say up until the 6th of the month. So what's the interesting over here? Rabbi Yehuda, you can say Kiddush month. The Naradoy, you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th. And both of them hold, like Rabbi Yochanan, I will say that, interestingly enough, so here's what's fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So this machlokas, what does that mean? Rabbi Yehuda says, that means up until 7 days into a month, and then I'm going to say up until 16. One says that the moon has to look like the ultimate idea of Rabbi Yehuda up until 7 days, and it will look like a sieve. Now, sieve, because by the time you get to what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. It's a fundamental machlokas, an important machlokas. Up until when can one say Kiddush Levana? Rabbi Yehuda, 7th of the month. Because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been of the moon has been filled, and that the moon no longer looks fully incomplete. Looks like a bowl. No, up until the deficiency is complete, that means the middle of the month when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to good. So the verse says, Amrali Rav Acham the Varech Hatovani, the bracha that you make open should be at Tova Hamid. So this is actually quite beautiful. Take a look at Rashi. A few lines down in Rashi from the start. The Varech Hatovani. Rabbi Yehuda Parech Nihi the Meshiva ve'Eleka l'Neimar Mechadish Chadoshin the Varech Nia Hatova Hamid Shekal Shah Shumita Vana Benidusa Tamid. So Rashi points out that the Yehuda holds that you can recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 2nd up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova Hamid. Tova Hamid is the bracha. Essentially, Shechianu and Tova Hamid are like sister brachas. So Shechianu bracha would say something positive that benefits you. Tova Hamid that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So why do we say Tova Hamid? In of the moon each and every month. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Hatov. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, so maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when it begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Eres. Right? Remember, Hatova Hamet means, right? To say Hatova Hamet means that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would have to mean the converse would have to be true, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Hatova as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan HaEmes, the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. don't know, maybe we should say that. Let's go ahead and say Atova Hamikid as is filling up, and Dayan HaMS and is diminishing. First one says no, keep on the Hainu Archei Lo Mevarkinan. So I say this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, what does it mean to do with Rashi? Almost right across the Rashi. Hainu Archei, the Chol Chodesh Brias Olam Min Hagohi, Ve'im Kan Din Polanos B'Chesrona, V'lo Hafchaz V'lanu Chesed B'Melusa. So the Gemara just so here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not there's nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So let's say I was last night, right? Let's have a nice shul army spending a nice day of program here at the shul. Baruch Hashem, I was here last night. It was like 45 days later. It was quiet. It was surreal. Manish, beautiful. You can almost fly in the face a little bit of how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, instead of the saying, knows, just kind of operates in certain program, certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not rafa, it's not, it just is. So it was, to a certain degree, not the way we're programmed to think. The way we're programmed to think is that the Spark obviously directly fits into a bucket. You know, like a good bucket or a bad bucket, positive or negative, or bracha or God, or hatova mitzvah or dayan HaMS. And what you might be interested in here is that there are certain things in the world that just it's the program. It's just the program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad. It is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting. I think perhaps we're trying to teach them you don't have to necessarily read. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. That just are. I think this is so important. It's profound because if this is true in our relationship with our powerful, Allah has come of a kama, it's true in our relationship with other people. One of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone said, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? You use this word, why didn't you use word? This may or may not have often in there. Right? But again, there's all of this intuiting things, and meanwhile, sometimes what I said is what I said. There's actually deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no hidden, like I don't think like my front likes the quarter ring to figure out like what it is that was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. That have a deeper meaning in every single way. So once I said because Baruch is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon fills up, the moon diminishes. This is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Dayan HaMS or Atova Hamikid. Incredible. That's what I did. They both say it's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites Lavana, whoever recites Kiddush Lavana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving a Shina. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Lavana at the appropriate time. Now again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our machlokes. Like the Yehuda says, up until 7 days, then I you know how we pass. It's like the narrative. time. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the middle of the 16th, the middle of the month. The middle of the month. We actually pass really until the 15th is normally how it works out. That's how we pass them. Whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shechina. Gemara says, this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, and it says, Chodesh Hazeh lachem is Kiddush Levana, and second, let's say that point that, isn't it fascinating that probably one of the neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. Kiddush Levana stands between you and your Matzah Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah like duck through, like it's out of there. Let's say, isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? Right? It is the tefillah where some seventh of the peels off, or just even if it's done, it's like chop. Right? So fascinating. Yet that's the tefillah. Kiddush Levana. It is as receiving the. Let's say, you know what you're doing in Russians? Sometimes whether we reckon or not, many of us live with a fear. We fear closeness to Hashem. Scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make changes. So there's a certain spiritual intimacy, which is whether we realize it or not, we keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu a little at a distance. A little at a distance. I always wondered about this with Kiddush Levana. On Matzah Shabbos, that they just gotta run out and this, that. Even if I say it like this, just like the fastest tefillah, it's like a close second, right? But when I say, like, why? Like, what is it? What? It's almost as if like there's like not an aversion, but what is it? A lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues, but I'm scared to close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or need for me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. I don't like him with how much I and at the end of the day, kind of keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu at a distance. We could remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. He's happy. I'm happy, and I don't have to really up the expectation. So incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush is Ki'ilim B'Kal Pnei Hashem? So let's say, so there's a beautiful marriage. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, just want to read it. I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, listen to this. Yesh Laman, Fishi, Sobek, Musan, Enon, Sochen, Liros, Pnei Shkam. I said, this is such a profound remark. Klal Yisrael and Galus often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. Right? What we lament most, and what's about it, I just want to point out, I believe by this month of Shabbos, we're already trying to say, close with us, or close. I don't know. Okay, I don't know, whatever it is. The point is, next week or two, this is be a very shy Gemara. Gemara says over here, Shah says, excuse me, in Galus, we are not vocal, we are not able to see the the greatest is that there was an acute manifestation able to see the Shekhinah. It's all the time. In Galus, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in an overt way. Listen to this. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes and wanes, like the moon diminishes and then it creates, that is the ultimate metaphor for clouds. That we too will regenerate. The fire of the Yotzar became a Shekhinah Kimo Shiora Al Zen Ono ולזק שלנו מברכן על החודש בזמנו שהוא שים שלנו על חדש כמוסר אפילו מקבל נשכנה. Kiddush Levan is the most inspiring. Why? Because the metaphor for Klal Yisrael is beautiful and then it wings, right? Then it becomes absolutely. That's the story of our people. That's the story of us as individuals. So when we go out on and we're making a bracha, a crescent of a moon, or a crescent, and we let this moon flow to regenerate, it instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zochah to be Makabel B'nei Hashchina. With the name of the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being Makabel B'nei Hashchina. Such overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. All right, let's go back. Turn to Yishmael. I like to have Yishmael and go for the because this. The Rebbe says, if you probably still have the ability to do each and every month, let's Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. Honestly, now it makes sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush do? Kiddush Levana instills within me the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important yesod as a people and as individuals, to believe that how far I sin, how much I diminish, no matter how much I am diminished, always have the ability to remake myself. This is a nation and true as individuals. And who gives me the koach? The Ribono Shalom. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana it is. No, I'm not buying it. Rabbi says, therefore, we have to be sure to Kiddush Levana standard. It's such an important tefillah. We have to listen. It's going to take place. Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our chutzner, in our courtyard. Just good. So, assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, we can see the sun is out. This is the other issue. Very regular. I say, but again, like to create an atmosphere, right? Sometimes think about what happens. You're right. They're getting impatient in the wheel. They're ready to pick you up. So how much money can you put into it? So we begin to see the power of the funds. It's incredible. One tefillah a month. You only have one tefillah a month. Kiddush Levana it is. Somebody tells the story. Therefore, Rabbi says you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana has to be to say it standing. Remar Marzutra, Mikasi, elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a bracha of Kiddush Levana. What are Rashi? My Rav Mavarchi. Well, they make okay, you know, wrap my head around Kavanah for that. I can get behind that. Right, bottom of the Kaddish Kadosh. That was something Melech Olam. The Fish Kadosh. Shkaya, mitzvah, right? That's it. Listen to this. Said, "Hi, Nash, you can't imagine listen, what it sounds like over here is, well, that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good, like Talmudic stuff, right? That's what go say. So the Maharsha points out over here. He says, Rosh Chodesh. Again, not happy for that, but Rosh Chodesh is a women's yom. It's a women's yom. It's a special connection between women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only note of Mechadesh Chadash Mavor Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same is the bracha is okay. Makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for me, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is the highlight over here. say, we're going to now go to the bracha of Kiddush Levana. Okay, say Kiddush Levana for many years. I never said the bracha. Like I said, usually in Monday Shabbos we're in a rush. What we're in a rush for, clear, we're always in a rush. So look at the Gemara says, so the bracha Baruch. Now how do you see it? Baruch Atah Shekilim Melech Olam. Asher Amaro Baruch. Through His word, through your words, you created the heavens. Uberuach Piv Kol Tzivah. Kol Tzivah. Ultimately, again, see the breath is now all of the hosts. Chok Uzman Nasahem. So literally again, means like a rule. Uzman and set time you have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shalom Yishanu as Tafkida. Everyone has a job. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job, and no one forsakes for something else. And they are so to perform the work of their creator. MS. So I just want to point out over here again. What's so beautiful is the Maharsha comments on this. He says, "Shlo yishanas tafkidam perush shlo yishanu yishanu." You know what's incredible when you look up at the heavens? The stars never say, "You know what? Today I'm going to be the moon." Right? And the moon never says, "You know, today is my turn to be the sun." It has a mission, and everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on mission. And it's got it. We spend so much time in life trying to do other things, but instead of trying to maximize who and what, the celestial hosts have their mission, and they've got their mission. So my avodah is to figure out, I want your mission. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities in other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personal mission. Look up at the heavens, and I see everyone being the best version of themselves. I recognize Golda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. He goes on, he says, that's just so important. Paul again, the effect works of truth, and the work is truth. Which brought says to the moon to renew. And literally, there's a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. And to go ahead and literally again pray Hashem Kivod Malchuso through the name kingdom. Baruch Atah Hashem Mechadesh Kadosh. Blessed are you, Hashem, the one who renews us. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mechadesh Kadosh, same bracha, or we just add on a little bit beautiful text. It's such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you should do whom can you find more of Torah? Who could wage to the word of Torah. Who's capable of waging the word of Torah? The Mishiyish Biyado Chavilos Shalishna. However, learns a lot of Mishnah. Because if you learn Mishnayos, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnayos convey to you knowledge. Now again, you Gemara, which we have halach doesn't give you a lot of this. Arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari. I'm sorry, Kari Yosef Anavshay, Rav Tuos, it's a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinion. But again, the Mishnah, the Gemara then switches gear, that the only way to go ahead and win into the word of Torah now is if you have ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the word of Torah? At least in order to go ahead and be successful in the fine. After all, we should have seen about those shows. I remember in some Mishnahs that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right, so if they go and one says right, we saw Reuben kill Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other witness says I saw Reuben kill Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works. Right, that works as well. The Gemara says, but if one opinion says, I saw Reuben, right, one opinion says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon, before sunrise, and the other one says, after sunrise, the age is bottle. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? It doesn't make sense. They can't, there's no difference like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise, after sunrise, it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right. So the Gemara says, "Sheep obvious." No, rather, what's happening here? One witness says you saw Reuben before sunrise, and the other one says it was so on night. That's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line it up. So it's not the motion of thought. So maybe what ends up happening over here is they're saying the same thing. As ultimately, again, that it was during sunrise, low of the sun, and he saw the rays. Maybe they're really saying the same thing. Maybe it's reconcilable. Kamashal said that when you have things like that before sunrise, during sunrise, before objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about that essentially disallows the testimony. So remember again, so the Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, finds a reason to exonerate the defendant, we invite him on to the Beis Din, and he remains there for the or he just stays there for the rest of the day, and that's it, not anymore. So by the time we learn, if the student was saying good, right, the student had something positive to go ahead and say, right, the student walked. So Gemara says, we just invited him ultimately again for that day, and no more. He doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din. By the time we learn if the student says good, we invite him to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take him down. And it's what he means ultimately again, he's not going to be all that helpful. Why? Hey, no, what it means is like this. The student says, I have something to contribute to exonerate the defendant. So we invite him to join the Beis Din. If he has something good to say, keep him on the Beis Din going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din that day. but afterwards we'll go ahead and take off. The Gemara does as follows. Matzah. So the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration, so what do? So they go and they go back and forth, they do it the night, or over the course of the night into the next day. They don't drink wine, and they diminish they drink wine. Amr the Achamakra, the Rosenin, a Sheikhar. Literally translated, rulers, a Sheikhar. What does this mean? Ha'oskim barazon shalom al yishtaku. Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what called judgment. Those who deal with the judgment should not go ahead and become intact, which makes sense. In other words, going ahead and you're dealing with Dine the Father, dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become an idiot. Lo ra'u ma'i Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they can't reach a verdict. Right? So then halacha l'maisa, again, the Gemara says they have to keep. Let's say it's deadlock, right? The Beis Din is deadlock. They have to keep going back and forth one way or another. Either majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. Right? But they have to keep. The Gemara says lo ra'u mai. What happens if Beis Din can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? Look, essentially, a deadlock thing results in a not guilty plea. That's what it does. Smart says, but you know, so deadlock case will result in a not guilty verdict. If that's the case, then why don't you do this? Why don't you just when the Beis Din is deadlocked earlier on, in other words, when they were smaller, why not go ahead instead of the process is you keep adding on until you get to two. So instead of doing that, why not as soon as they're deadlocked earlier on, give them a not guilty plea? I'm really happy I'm really open on because the idea is we don't like the deadlock stays. It doesn't look like it. Whereas Beis should be able to be decisive, Beis should be able to be conclusive, and Beis should be able to give a definitive ruling, right if they can, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work with so once you get down, you come to the popular Abaye. You lift right your Beitina come up. I got an option of this. Abaye. Why do you have to essentially once you get the deadlock, just exonerate him right then and there. I'm going to be if you like this right, that supports you. So shame similar, you can't add on to a Beis Din of 71. You add on to a Beis Din of 73. Sorry, 23. That if the Beis Din is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. When it comes to we say nizdakin hadin. What that literally means is what? The judge told. When it comes to capital cases, we don't say nizdakin hadin. So what does that mean? Makin hadin. What exactly does that mean? Ilema kashdina. So we'll say if kashdina, that means that halacha l'maisa the Beis Din is saying this case is too difficult, and we can't verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. And if coming by the way. And I must say kafka by capital cases and not by monetary. So the I'm not talking about Manuach Ushet Rav Acha. Raise Hashem no, Terrell. What does it mean? My document. What does this document mean? Chacham Dina. It means that we decide appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, when it comes to Dina, Beis Din says we have appropriately. Dina the first Mesa is the kasha. Goes to the Omen is document. So the head of the judges, he makes the decision. So 1 second. That ultimately again is documented means a declaration. We did. Then Hayuga Amar Gadol makes sense. The head of the Beis Din says this. If you say that halacha l'may said me, the din is too difficult and we can't find a resolution. Lo sagi de lo Amar Gadol, Sufi would become nefsef nafshei. Why does the Gadol have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the basin, but does the Gadol, does the head of the basin say it? Isn't that embarrassing? Jewish person says, yeah, there's a level of embarrassment if the basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to embarrassment come from the Dayan himself, from our incredible. You can say, if you want to say that it's a declaration of basis, it's too difficult, you can't use your verdict. If you want to say that through the declaration that the basin is making the basin, we did a good job. Is the person supposed to praise themselves? Beautiful pasuk says, deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the basin be saying, "Shkoyach, we did a good job in adjudicating this case"? Shining nose of the Beitina, the Agadol Random. No, because whenever it comes to a basin, everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Any declarations always come from the head of the basin. See this nan. Gamras Adavar, Hayumakrisin, also Gamush William, Omer Aish Poni Atazai, Aish Poni Atazai. In the same way that the judge of the basin would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the basin would come from the head of the basin, including if the basin did a good job, they would say again, Chacham, we adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement also again would come from the head of the basin. So for both sides, Hadran Allah, how you Mazel Tov, okay, short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Adin. What's really fascinating about this is going through the process. So Nigmar Adin. If at the end of the day, again, they finished, they reached the verdict. So, and now we're talking about a guilty verdict. Well, Sino Sosoko came out for Skilo. For Skilo. So obviously, we have a case over here where the punishment was Skilo. So remember, the base has Skilo, there was a place where they would stone him. And again, we'll talk more about this in greater depth in a little bit. But the place ultimately where they would do Skilo was outside of Shner. Hotzias Samatala. Like the pasuk says, again, so the Christian spot wasn't by Basin, it was somewhere removed from Basin. The pasuk says Hotzias Samatala. So now, right, let's say witnesses came, Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben's been sentenced for death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed through Skilo. They positioned the guy, one guy, who stood by the entrance of the Vasidar Miyado. And again, he had like a cloth. Something bigger, right? Like still doing today, and it wasn't watch this. This is how this was set up. So there was a guy stationed on a base. He had like essentially like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider. This guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So he was able to see the flag guy by the. Now why did this do this? Today she wrote Over Echad usually now watch this. So they're leaving moving out to be executed. But let's say as they're leaving him, someone the base did, and they say, "Oh, I have testimony that could exonerate Ruben." They remember again, Basin was accepting testimony to exonerate Ruben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last minute testimony that they would be able to get word so that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So that if somebody came into Basin and said that last minute testimony would happen, flag guy would wave his flag, horse would quickly go to the Basin and say, wait. And say, wait. So the Gemara says, hello. The flag guy would wave his flag. Horse now rider would race off the base and we tell everyone to pause. Even if Ruben is said, Ruben is not the executed. Ruben says, you know what? I just thought of something. I just thought of something. How you think about that, right? I just thought of something. Like, can it exonerate me? Gemara says, so you listen to him. You listen to him. We'll bring him back to base. Then I feel the Khamish Parliament. 4 or 5 times, as long as what? I have to say, there's going to be some love, there's going to be some level of investigation over here, right? They're not just going to bring me back to the basement. What do you got? Right? Tell us, right? What information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, the base has skill of puts the base. So the Gemara says, by the way, what's the base? Skilla outside the basement, so it makes it sound very obviously there's a place where they executed Ruben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. So it sounds like he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says that's true a lot of times. I must say now it's big. All you had to do over here was put the base of Skilla somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far. It just has to be somewhere away. So the Gemara says, really, a lot of times you have base of Skilla. Usually, we'll say the base was outside of the 3 camps. And remember again, the lashon of 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But the truth is, we also have the same 3 camp model by Yerushalayim. Right? Rashi actually points out this over here. Rashi puts the Shosh Yerushalayim. This 3 camp model existed by the Mikdash as well. The Azor, the Mikdash itself, that's called Machane Shechina, right? The Harabayis, that's called Machane Leviya, Levitic camp, and Yerushalayim itself, Machane Yisrael. Where we stone someone, where was she? Outside of Yerushalayim. So the base of skill is outside season here. Not enough for the execution, just to be a little bit removed. But it really has to be outside. Yes, once it's right, yeah, absolutely. When we say the base of skill is outside the basin, it doesn't mean a little bit outside the basin. It means you really remove all called 3 camps work outside of the basin. So what does it? Why does the Mishnah list it this way? So you says this. Now, community is nothing we do with the other Shosh. Days are still putting. So you listen to this. You says this is just following halacha. That even if based in, let's say that is consumed outside of the city. So you already have a beacon like outside of the 3 mountains. I might have thought this beacon is already. Maybe outside of the 3 camps. Therefore, what? Therefore, you have the basin to steal anywhere because the basin itself is already outside of the 3 camps. Much more that if basin is outside of the 3 camps, the basin is still from the basin. Why is that? You hate people on the basin roads. It shouldn't look like it's a basin of murder. Meaning, what? It shouldn't look like basin eager to execute. So we have basin look eager to spot from the basin in a significant way. Other possibility, so I'll say furthermore again, distancing the execution spot from the basin is also so. Why is it beneficial? Because like the longer it takes for the accused to get from basin to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last minute late breaking evidence that will exonerate them, right? If the base for the base did, so then again, you execute the guy, there's no time. By making again the base asila a little bit further out, ultimately allows just for a little window, additional window of examination. So where do we know that the base asila process? I just want to point out and to understand that the three camp model is the way we camped in the desert. Right in the middle of the camp in the desert, we had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Shechina. Who lived around the Mishkan? The Levites. That's called Machane Leviah, the Levitic camp. And around that, you had Israel, the Machane Israel. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for Klal Yisrael. And it was replicated in Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shechina. Harabai is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Leviah. That's called Machane Israel. So, for example, some basin operated again in the base of Mikdash, but the base of Skila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see, when the base of Skila has to be outside of the three tents. Either number one, because we don't. Number two, by distancing the from the basin itself, we give the accused a right to be sentenced. That ultimately, again, base of Skila has to be outside of the base of Mikdash. I was like, today, we're making great. Don't worry about it. Good. Let's say Trudei Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush through Kiddush Levana. Like you can't rush with Amud Gemara like that. The other side, Shkoyach. All right, how about the number 8? Good morning. Such a chutzpah for Hashem to be able to begin. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to Farmagonian, Hashem, the art class in the back over there, and Hashem, also about the Rashi point in that there's nothing living up there. I'm not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know Menachem it's settling, okay? That's all it's very big. The building's settling. We'll find the Hashem. So, thank you for your understanding again. It's still under us. So we are thinking about and also our microphone hopefully by. Okay. The next Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, we fix the microphone here. All right. We invite thanking all of our annual conference for custom and hey, still to the stuff about itself. We're taking all the insurance Russians and the Chus from the South and the South. I'm the correspondent of ladies have already in memory of Amit Ben Levy, brother of Itai Level and Gaza. Sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Hesha, Bas, Shem Mordecai, from the Rock, the American Torah, Shabbat Hagan and her family of Tamil. Because it's only dedicated to the social holy passages that throughout America shall bring the rest of them home with Shalom and Shalom, and the merit of our holy soldiers may struggle out and be successful. The whole mass is leaving. And I will say with this, let us be with beautiful and really incredible bout ahead of today. So like I said, today is the Mal of 41. We are picking up the message on Mem on the days 40B. 5 lines up, 6 lines up, and bottom. Turn up on it. Right at the 2 dots. Makir Matamoto. Turn up on it. So you gotta remember we are continuing in Eretz Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? So making sure the Jewish are curious. Turn up on it. Makir Matamoto. So we say to the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? Dachri Harak did he kill a man? Yisrael Harak did he kill him? It's very simple. Nasrah. Keep about Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Hita Atzmo Lamisa. The one that it's just Hita Atzmo Lamisa is literally to eat death, which is another way of saying, after he heard the Hasra, after he heard the warning, did he still proceed anyway? Right? Hita Atzmo Lamisa was so pretty deep. And again, did he essentially, after giving Asra, did he go ahead and violate immediately towards However, that was Zara. Worship idolatry, right? So the witnesses coming forward to say that they didn't worship idolatry. We asked the witnesses, what kind of idolatry did you worship? Did he worship Baal? Or did he worship Marcellus? How did he worship? Did he offer a carbon? The keter, incense, the nisa, or like the prostration, all of these questions. Fine. So Ula says, Ula says, from where do you know Hasura? So it's an interesting idea. So from where this concept that someone has to be warned before they go ahead and commit in order to be liable. So he left the Shemar. Ish Asher Yikach Esachoso, Bas Abid Ubas. But it says if a man will go ahead and have a relationship with his sister, the daughter of his father's daughter, and he will see her erbas. And where it says, there's nothing about see, over here is one of actual relations. So it means that Raj erbas. I'm actually Taimo Sholdala. So this is interesting. Right? He says what it means is as follows. Halacha l'maisa, one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to him what it is that he's doing wrong. Which actually here is actually reference to the witnesses. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is truly doing wrong. So Mark says, maybe in the fact, so one thing I have to deal here, the prohibition that they're referring to is a kares prohibition, right? Incest is a kares prohibition. So interestingly enough, you don't need hasra by kares. Why? But again, kares is carried out by, you only need hasra, only need a warning for an infraction that's going to be punished by a killing basis. So the Indian kares, so if I don't need the hasra, for a kares, and give it a from now. From here we see this two interpretations. So from here we see the car, the source for the beautiful, for the Christian, the Christian panel. So the Yachid ish the armor. So the Pasuk says they intentionally held and still another the armor means which is what does this mean? Which means they weren't the right stuff. He is still acting intentionally. Okay. So again, it was like all different sources for the concept of Hasra. Today, of some Kosher. So it says they found him gathering with his bunch of Makosha, one of the Jews who violated Shabbos in the desert. So Russian over here is Hamotzin Kosher. They found him gathering. The idea over here is they warned him, and he was still gathering the wood. So the idea is Moses over here says, so again, a reference to here that they warned him, and he said, and violated. Essentially, we have all of these sources for the concept of Hasra. So what I just point out, sources are actually important. Why? Because of Rahman Achoso, the when it just said something by the case of the sister, it says, as much as incest is punishable by kares, so halacha l'maisa, again, halacha l'maisa, still get malchus for that. So had it just brought down the concept of hasra by sister at all, it's dafka by fractions that you get malchus for, that halacha you get the way they're hiding, so you don't. Therefore, Kasarachmon is key. The Torah brings up washing of kiyos, right? Because that's in Avera. That's the Avera of courage that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this courage also by Nisas. Okay, so the Gemara says, "V'hi kasa v'hi sorry, v'hi kasa v'hi kiyos." And if the word just said ultimately again, that's what that halacha l'maisa. And Chayiv to Asra by an act of Nisas based in merely Saif to keep. I would have thought what type of Chayiv not only beheading, but by sword, which is considered to be a more lenient form. Now we'll talk more about this in the next paragraph. Let's say again. It sounds strange to talk about death penalties as more lenient, right, and less lenient, but it means it's really more painful and less painful. So I would have thought again that there's Hasra by Saif, Skila the Chamura, a but by Skila, which is considered to be more Chamur than Saif, perhaps not. To which the Gemara says, the Tarti didn't spell normally, but why do I need two things that both talk about Skila? So the Gemara says, let me shimmy last, Nisrafim. So very tradition includes the Kasha Lakra. And according to the Pasuk, some of you have this concept that even if you learn that by Kavahomer, since the Pasuk will still go out of its way to mention it, nevertheless. I have a little Rahman bin Iskalin, so why not just write it by Skila? I want to have written to everything else by Skila, because Skila is considered to be the most common form of death penalty. Hachanami, knows that that's the Kavahomer. You're right. Sometimes people say that you're by Kavahomer. Torah goes out of its way to explicitly write it as well. Good. We'll say takeaway. Takeaway is that Allah reminds us that there's a concept of Hasra. Hasra is dust. Three different sources of Hasra. Three different sources of Hasra. By a host, by incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again the Makoshish violation of Shabbos. And again, all three sources are necessary affirmation reasons that we just did. Beautiful. Here's asking you, as what Moore said, we asked the witnesses a series of questions. One and number two, so again, did the individual give himself over to death, which means after Torah, did he so proceed with the commission of the infraction? That was the Shiloh. So that was the statement. So you might say, okay, so we know the pastor says, you must say, it is not enough that he received Hasra. He has to have received it, processed it, and stayed clearly despite it. That's what it means. So the defendant received the Hasra, he understood the Hasra, and nevertheless he moved forward with the commission of the Avera. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? It says, Yuma Hasanes. The double Lashon. This double Lashon, Yuma Hasanes means he heard it, he processed it, but nonetheless violated the Avera. So Gemara says, until literally again, he fell to death. Which means he moved forward, he received the Hasra. I'm not, you want to say, neighbors, back to the agency, if you kill Shimon, you're going to be put to death. And yet what? He even proceeds with it. That there's angels there. Angels there. So these two angels are going to show up and raise their rooms and give them to death. So you wonder to yourself, what's the shot? How could someone do something so crazy? I always about it. So the truth is we do the same thing each day, right? Every time I come into it, deep down it's wrong, not even so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I get Hasra every single time. So like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that are not correct. Or there might be some things I do that I don't know that they're incorrect. Right? Maybe I'm just there in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are some things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. I still do it. Sometimes day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what I want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? A variety of different reasons, right? It could be just a bloated sense of self, or it's just more important than anything else. I just don't care about the ramifications. I just care about making myself happy. And again, it's interesting to see these commands and it's ridiculous that anyone could act this way, but it's important to know that so often you do this, you do engage with behavior day in and day out. And as bizarre and as ludicrous as it looks to us, we have to kind of bring the mindset of bizarre and ludicrosity, to our own lives. And the next time I'm ready to commit an avera, like, come on, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. I have to know that a Baruch sees it. What am I doing? And whatever it is, it should be not worth it. And yes, bizarrety and ludicrosity, two new words, just our new base language. Let's put the timestamp on. All right, let's go like this. Says the Gemara. I'm going to say second one live. I'm not Hanan. Aiden Nara Amorasa should interesting case. Shows me Aiden Nara. It's Nara Amorasa. Amorasa is the case of a Nara who is betrayed, right? Innocent, but had Yisurim. Now that girl commits adultery. Or has relations with another man, that's adultery. She's put to death, right? As with whom she had relations. Now, this is just understanding of the case. He says, Another Murasa, Sujivis, now watch this. So this is come forward. So witnesses say, Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is Lesses, right? We saw her have relations with him. So let's say, what's the issue? Let's say this set of witnesses come along, and the first set of witnesses, you've seen that. Why? Like you said, you were with us, you saw her commit in Florida on Monday. You cannot have seen that happen. So the says, the witnesses can't be getting to Adrian's Zolman. Why? They can't be killed. That wasn't a general again, it's next to that. See, in there, such an example, what happens to Adrian's Zolman? There's still punishment. And you can't impose reciprocal punishment upon the Adrian that killed them. Why not? Because at the end of the day, they could claim, no, we weren't coming to impose the death penalty on Rachel. What were we coming to do? We were coming to prohibit her to her husband. That's it. So therefore, you can't kill us. We were trying to kill us. So the man says, I, the heart is true. That's what it's here. He said, you have the Hasra. What's Hasra? What's it? What would be the Hasra that's giving Rachel? Rachel, don't have relations with Shin. You know why? It's slowly over here. He's not your husband. That's called adultery. Usually went to the law Asher Bay. One second. If they didn't give her $100, she went to the Isha I'll leave the service. Who are we talking about over here? A very wise woman. And she might be wrong. She might be wrong. She's very wise. And the question of the she holds. So the sign of the Yosi, Chaber Ino Sarek Hasra. A Chaber doesn't need Hasra. This knows when she Yosi. But Yosi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. But people who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we over here with Rachel, who is the Isha Chadela, she's a well-learned woman, and therefore she knows that adultery is Asr, but she knows that it's Asr. Therefore, halacha myself, Hasra is necessary. You should distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional, and if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need that Hasra. I have a paper that will if witnesses can't be put to death, right? So if there's no witnesses, they put to death. Therefore, what? You have no ability to put her to death either. So the question is, because why? How do you not? That's don't say this is fascinating. A fascinating testimonial family, right? Anytime witnesses can't be made into a Golan, you're not fit to testify. So let's say, what's the fascinating? If you're going to be only essentially what Allah is, you have to have skin in the game. Right? And what's that? If you're found to be lying, we're going to visit us. So if you can't receive reciprocal punishment, we don't accept the testimony. So therefore, if you tell me over here that Allah is to come to testify about Allah, but they themselves executed because they can always claim executor who just came to ask her upon her husband. So now Allah that is if they can't be executed, they're going to a zama, then we testimony. So therefore, again over here, to speak So you're right, and they're saying, since these witnesses can't be killed, now why should be killed? Because they declared we weren't coming to me, was coming to make her us upon her husband. And they didn't give her Asra. So she can't be killed. Okay, so let's say an interesting case over here. So let's say, okay, so when is there ever Isha Kadira? Okay, so now remember, according to the OC, a person doesn't require Hasra. The OC wouldn't be a case of an Kadira who can execute it. To which the Gemara says, because of his committed adultery, and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case, look at Rashi, so much question Rashi, because she's into the Kata, the Hanach Evi's Nutri, Evi Okolawala Osbainu, Shoyt Vaina, Esar, Kishon, so in that case, the second witnesses can't say wrong. Why? She's already prohibited her husband. What is she already prohibited? Why is she already prohibited her husband? Why? Because Halacha might again, she committed adultery the first time, so she must already be with it. Therefore, the Gemara says, no, so therefore the only reason they would testify is to have her executed. The Gemara, how you call the Roma, La Osha Abala, she were coming to go and prohibit her upon the second man with adultery with. It says, Shazin Samibal, the case in which she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, Shazin Samibal, or she went ahead and committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, Allah says she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay. Now that I'm up, I feel you swear Nami. I feel you for Nami. By the way, why are you illustrating this with the Nami? You can go ahead and illustrate this same exact case with what? With a regular married woman. So why illustrating it over here with Nara Murasha? I below your spot to be holding Lomar, no also a by Labani. No, because the thing is that Rachel committed adultery, but they could claim that they're coming to Ruben. Even though that such a claim like that, he rejected outright because Ruben. So what do you mean you ask for upon Ruben when that's it? Allah might say, even in that case, the claim of the witness is going to decide. So what's the interesting here? So now, good. Listen to this. That Reuben killed Shimon. This is what we ask. How did Reuben kill Shimon? Right? And specifically, what a sword. And the second, it says Reuben used an axe. So let's say now the Gemara says. So remember again, because this there needs to be ironed out. The contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the eagles. And therefore again is discarded. Again, let's say to be clear, we're not claiming iron, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, like it's not even so admissible. Angel so much Akadom Caleb Revanin, how do you say nothing? So again, let's say if one of them is and the other one was saying Reuben was wearing shirts, so then Halakha was fine. So you don't care about that. Is why, but it's very important why. The truth is what of Reuben clothing is really influential to the act. Right? That's very conscious. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need information to line up, but we don't need every piece of it. So basically, when I was Kasha, Nachon, she ain't Nachon. So the Pasuk says Nachon. So I say, so what does Nachon mean? So Nachon means over here, where we say Hargo, Bechabari and Hargo. And so let's say, for example, one of the Echad Caleb Lebanon. One says that you're going to ultimately again the testimony. So let's say, so watch this. So we just contradict what we said before. Question is right, so he's discarded. So which one is unimportant? So what's that? This is incredible. Tell you about history. No. When the Bryce says that there's nothing wrong in saying that you're going to be strangled. And what's that called? That's one word that says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, both like that is material information because in this case, it's a dealing with clothing. It's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, was used. So the Gemara says as follows, and one said an axe. So there's different ways. So Tashma is either it's one say, one says that the murderer in white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. So the mice again, one was wearing black shoes, so the testimony doesn't line up. So I say, so the testimony, we just said before that Allah called the mice. that the clothing of the murderer didn't matter. But the activities and the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's here? So Hasanami can go Shabbat both the Sandala Bahar, no, what's the case? Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, then Allah makes me exclusive clarity as to what there is. Tashma says, and he asked them, they claim that Reuben killed Shimon and the fig tree. And what does Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about what were the stems? Were they big? Tell me about your. So what's the case? It seems to indicate that even on murder itself are still enough to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on today. You go into no, I'm running a hammer. Sha'akat ke'ila b'shabbos, not kamikto. So what the thing I will say is where the guy actually from the tree on case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, like detaching from the tree on Shabbos is in and of itself. That's capital crimes. So that's what we're talking about over here. So that's not what the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said the witnesses said that Reuben killed Shimon underneath. That's what happened. That's what happened over here. So which the Gemara says, so what's the case over here? The case over here is where halacha my son, where halacha myself, Reuben killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened here. Killed the son, or to use the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. This Gemara says, Tashma, Amar Ta'ina Zu, Sad Daki, Sad Dasi. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they white or were they dark? Rav Yosef, Ben Zakkai roasted in it. Shiny Ben Zakkai did the Bikos Kichatsiros Mashri. Like, don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because it looks like Ben Zakkai, he was macked both with Bedikos and Chakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, we'll say there's a distinction between Bedikos and Chakiros. What's the distinction? Distinctions are always like Chakiros are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. Bedikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it matter again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred were white? Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both Bedikos and Chakiros are explicitly necessary and both must be dealt with together. Both must be dealt. That's why Ben Zakkai was asking about the figs and the stems, and according to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, "Man Ben Zakkai." By the way, who's Ben Zakkai? Who is Ben Zakkai? So says the Gemara says, "So it's incredible." Man Ben Zakkai. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So I said, "Who's Ben Zakkai? Who's Ben Zakkai?" What says Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai was responsible for the takanas we had. Zeicha l'Korban and Zeicha l'Mikdash. We'll get into two different types of takanas. So this was as much as 1 second. So if it's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, we have it the Sanhedrin. Was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That's how you know cultural. So Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, day of the Esru Shana. Both sides is a great Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai lived for 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Our boy Shana. For 40 years, he was in business. He was in business. Right? For 40 years, he learned. He did his things and he learned. And our boy Shana unit. And for 40 years, he went ahead and he became a Rebbe. Right? He taught students. So it's going to point out something amazing. So first of all, doesn't mean that for 40 years he was in business, he didn't learn. So point out. So what it means is he was in business. So after being in business, again, you come to Torah, you have Chamusi, you come to a shir. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided to pivot. So it's such an incredible yisod. You sometimes think great people are just born that way. Right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for. This is listen, people make choices about the kind of lives they want to lead, the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, by the way, you have three people who follow the same paradigm. Right? Same people, who are these people? Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. All this 40 paradigm. Right? 40, 40, 40 power down. Now, again, that's what the person says. You see three people, 40, 40, 40 power. Exactly. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. What it means is great people make a choice to become great. Great people hit a critical life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep on going. I can just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I could continue down that path, and it's good, it's good. Or I could choose to pivot, go in a different direction, and self-actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the Musar from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I guarantee there was something. Each of these men could have just continued down that path. And can you imagine what the world would be like without the Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. First of all, we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But listen, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, just because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's where your true personalistic greatness comes out. It's incredible. So look on the dots. What happened? The time that our body trying to cause recovery in our bodies goes to Sanhedrin. 4 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled. Remember, the Sanhedrin normally sat in the temple compound in the Rishkas called chamber of hewn stone. 40 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. Rather, where was it? The Yashon of the Chonis. It was in the storefront. So, say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the Kosel. So I said the Chonos were areas in front of the walls of the Hamikdash, in front of the retaining walls. They literally, again, had stores there. There had two things there, mitzvahs, right, because they had to go tell us to be unearthed. These mitzvahs with two sets of staircases, right, one going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of the Israelis? What were they selling? What were they selling? Like oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's not like, again, it's like, can you imagine packing up the car livestock? I'm just saying, right? Just the family is enough, right? So now again, so there are people. So the good part is the Jews are industrious. There are people who set up shop, literally set up shop right in front of right before they went into it, in front of the Harabais. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts by the Harabais. And while they were there, they could not adjudicate Knas law. Why not Knas law? They weren't able to adjudicate capital cases, which none of them learned. So here we have. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Lishkas HaGazis 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash, which means there are no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, the second Beis Hamikdash. Right? Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, was the leading sage. Which also makes it just chronologically, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when a capital case adjudicated. So if that's the case, the Ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. It can't be him. To which the Gemara says, it's always exciting. I just find it exciting. I guess I don't get that much, but I say just like when the Gemara gives you history, right, it's just fascinating because a lot of times what we're missing when we're learning Gemara is any kind of historical context. What is everybody living? What's happening over here? So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated a capital case. Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there was no capital cases being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So the Pashtas, he was never involved, at least as a sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella, Ben Zakkai de Alma. It must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai. Not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Teacher Torah, I'm sorry, it seems to be clear. These are guys, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Karile, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So I'll say, it can't be him. First of all, because if it was him, how can you call the Hebrew Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Ben Zakkai. How can you do that? How can you do it? This is a Gadol Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, my soul, by the Yochanan ben Zakkai, but okay, to Aiden, so it's again with the Brisa. And the Brisa says it was the Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. But how could it be him? Ella, we'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on Sanhedrin. That was adjudicated. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a talmid. He was a student. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. Teach me where it says, so happened. So they were adjudicating the case. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, remember, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they took input from the students sitting in the rows of the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, hey, Pedro, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig trees? And they liked it. And what happened on the base? So it's like, and again, remember, in general, whatever a Beis could do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So they could, if they could go and find the defendant guilty, find innocent, by asking the witnesses about the size of the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him, they're going to do that. The Kavuot made, and they liked it so much that they established it in his name. They established it in his name. So the Gemara says, Ki hava lamad ben Zakkai, ki hava karli b'kavod l'shul b'rabo, ki hava limei, hava karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, ki karli ben Zakkai ashim d'mei kara, ki karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai ashim d'hashta. So now understand it. When he said this ruling, he was a talmid. As a talmid, what was his name? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. Now it's therefore when he records it based on where he was holding at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we know him as well. Now he has Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Incredible. So my Sivada, Mother Kiros, my Afidishtaim Omen. Remember again, when it comes to Chakiros, the big distinction between Chakiros and Bedikos. What's the big distinction? The big distinction is as follows. So when it comes to Chakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, they against each other, if they get something wrong, they're disqualified. By Bedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, they're fine. So the Gemara says, Maya saying Omen. What do you mean even if two get the Bedikos wrong? That's obvious. Ki Amar Echad Ein Yodea, Edusam Kayemes. Kami Be Trinami Distance. What's interesting? If when it comes to the Bedikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what? I don't know. So let's say, what's the halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. It's fine. Now let's say, there's no difference if one witness says, I don't know, or what? Or witnesses say they don't know. Once one witness says, I don't know, then by definition, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if one says, I don't know, or if two say, I don't know? So when it comes to Chakiros, I want to remember again, Chakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The Chakiros, afilu shnayim omer yadanu, the echad omer ein yodea. So what's also looking again, when it comes to Chakiros, even if two people say, and one says, I don't know, they do some Vateva. Also, if you're getting the Aegis and Batal, Kiman, Kiva, they knock your social Okay, here's what's interesting over here. Let's say you have a group of three witnesses. Right? And what happens? One of them says, I don't know. One of them says, I don't know. So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, it's still batal. This is back at the right? So three witnesses, you're asking the chakiris, two answer correctly, one says, I don't know. What's the halacha? The eighth is batal. Why? Like Rabbi Akiva, what did Rabbi Akiva say? Did not teach Shlosh Shamishayim. Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And three is the same as two. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be effective, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the chakiras together. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the chakiras, then halacha l'maisa again, it disqualifies the edus. But we learned elsewhere that the edus is still good. So you must say, to say. Even when it comes to Chakis, they do some kayanas. Kiman, Rabbi Mar switches gears. When you have a group of three witnesses, or say, as long as two out of the three can get the chakiras together, to get the chakiras correct, then the edus is good even if the third one messes up. That's talak. If the third one messes up, halacha might say the edus is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, I'm going to point out over here, there's a fascinating machlokes. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of three witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all three to be certified? Or is it just enough to get two out of the three? Rabbi Akiva says you need all three. We don't paskin that way. We paskin that two out of the three is good, because we also paskin that witnesses can be strung together independently. So therefore, myself, as long as two out of the three of the chakir is correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana Sanhedrin, Beirabba, he's great. And Rav Safra, we're learning Sanhedrin in Yeshiva of Rabbah. What's that? It's incredible, right? They learn Sanhedrin, you learn Sanhedrin, and their Sanhedrin look different than our Sanhedrin. But they were learning the subject Sanhedrin in Yeshiva of Rabbah. Pagabo, Roy Bakamo, Shabakam bumped into them. I'm going to roll my Risa Bob, it's Sanhedrin. Rabbah, what did you learn? What did you learn? Right? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in Yeshiva of Rabbah? On the way, my Amino, they Sanhedrin gave us. Well, what do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Right? What in general do we go ahead and hear about and learn about? Well, my question, right? What do you have questions on? Our law, they have Tanimabin Chakiros Lebdikos. What is the distinction between Chakiros and Bedikos? Chakiros, when it comes to Chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the edus is batal. Edus is batal. Bedikos, when it comes to Bedikos, so again, this is a fundamental feature that we see over and over and over again. Chakiros, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? Only 3, but we passed in 7 questions. The 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is you're out. You're out. Bedikos, if you're wrong, you're still in. What's an example of question? For example, the question, right? Color shirt, right? Stems of the fig tree, color of the face. They're important. Now, again, they are important. And remember, the reason could use discretion with those questions of what issues that occurred. So therefore, again, one or two this is gets Chakiros wrong, you're out. One gets wrong, you're in. And this is easy, but I see Naishna, Chakiros, Naishna, Bedikos. I don't think, what is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Chakiros and Bedikos are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one now with the other? I'm going to help you actually. The Chakiros, I'm going to they are. The argument is so it's a very simple distinction. By Chakiros, say all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the Edom acceptable to our summer. Right? Remember, I will say the cloud is witnesses who cannot be made into Edom Zolomon, they have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. anything that for any of the questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to naming to Ibn Zolim. The deeper questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't likely lead to Hazama. So because Chakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment, to Hazama, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. That's why you get them wrong. So let's remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So Rav Kana Rav Safra running to Rabbah, right? And also, running to Rav Kama. So Rav Kama asked them what you learned. So Rabbi Kama says, wow, moist, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Kama said, incredible, you learned Amisuba, they said back to him, so what's actually quite beautiful. Rabbi Kama of Safra say back to Rami Bakama, it's only because you're so gracious that they're able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Also, what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would be more difficult to share with you Torah. Now, we're gonna pick up with that last piece one. It's finish up the sugya. So I want to end off with the distinction between Tikos and Chakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rami Bar Kama and up with that because there's a tremendous deal in that book. I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What do we decide? You want to say Shkoyach. What's it?
What did you think of Mr. Rogers thing?
All right, so good morning. Such a chutzpah Hashem to be able to begin another week of Daf Yomi. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. So you see the Svarma going in, Baruch Hashem, the article Shanson are back over there, and there's Hashem, or someone trickle it. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know Menachem Shokal is on it. His building settling. Okay, that's our catch-all phrase for everything. Building settling. We'll find out what that is in Meretz Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again as we still get our feet under us. All right, begin by thanking also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. Meretz Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. Everything will be All right, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for topic they had Pilsen Mishpach Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a zuchus for Besoros Tolos to Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Havalim B'Tova the Talmud Mishpacha in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that is the merit of our Talmud Torah. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Hesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, the merit of our Talmud Torah, for the Neshama having Aliyah as a family in the Chama. The best of us is always be dedicated. Our learning in the schools of our holy hostages, and for yourself, the merit shall bring the rest of them home, the Shalom and the Piskarov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, and the Chesrach allowed them to be successful. This whole Maaseh. And also with this, let us be a beautiful and really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Memal of 41. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Mem Amud Beis 40b. 5 lines up, 6 lines up on the bottom. Turn up on us, right at the 2 dots. Bakira Matim also. Turn up on us. So remember, we are continuing in Meretz Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? In other words, making sure the drishas and the chakiras. Turn up on us. Bakira Matim also. So we say to the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harag didn't kill an Jew. Yisrael Harag didn't kill a Jew. It's very simple. Did you give Masra? Did he accept the Asra upon himself? Hitra Atzmo Misa. There was an interesting version. Hitra Atzmo Misa means literally, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, after he heard the Hasra, after he heard the warning, in other words, did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did he essentially, when you actually look, did he go ahead and violate immediately afterwards? If somebody worships idolatry, right? So the witnesses coming forward to say that Reuben worshipped idolatry. We ask the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Leka'ar avad, lemarkalis avad. Did he worship Ba'ar? Did he worship Markalis? Ugama avad. How did he worship? Is he buach? Did he offer a carbon? The kitar, incense, the nisov, a libation, the shtachava, prostration. I think we ask him all of fine. So Amr Ula says, Minayin Lasra, Min Torah. So Ula says, from where do we know Hasra? So Ula says, interesting idea. So from where do we know this concept that someone has to be warned before they go ahead and commit Avera in order to be liable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, V'ish asher yikach esachoso, bas aviv ubas imo, v'lo es ervasa. Because it says that a man will go ahead and have relations with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and he will see her ervas. The Gemara says, what does seeing have to do with it, right? There's something about seeing. The issue over here is one of actual relations. So what do you mean, Pavla is ervasa? Ella actually, how you mentioned that. So this is interesting. Rabbi Gemara says what it means is as follows: that halacha l'maisa, one is only chayiv only until